Good day and good evening, and welcome to the solo challenge stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, we're going to see if we can do the two optional dungeons in Dawntrail, and see if those are soloable with Warrior. You know, as we do, we of course use the best tool for the job. From just off the top of my head, it's probably going to be stack markers that are going to be the problem, if anything. If anything. Because neither the dungeons have DPS checks. But I know the final boss in Tender Valley has that mechanic with like a stack marker that hits 3 separate times with some delay. Just, I can't remember, like, from memory how hard that hits. But given that it gives you enough time as a healer to, like, heal up after each hit, there's a reasonable chance that it would actually hurt a lot if you take it alone. So, like, that's the one that I'm most concerned about in Tender Valley. In Ghost Park or Strayburrow Deadwalk, it's obviously the first boss I'm most concerned about, because getting hatted or benoggined can be equal to a death sentence. Like 20% per character per jump. Yeah, exactly, Nox, which would mean that if you're alone, it would be 80%. Of course, tankier, so it's less, but if it's 20% per jump per character, then you multiply it by 4 because it's a stack marker. But yeah, benoggined is scary in Strayburrow Deadwalk, so I just have to make sure I don't get hit by that. But a particular thing that might mess me up there is that the children actually target someone when they start running. Some of you might not know this. But to put it simply, the first pass, like every time they're called to the floor, the first pass they target the player who's furthest away. And then on their like run back, they target the one who's the closest. So that means that if you have like a healer and a ranged DPS, they can stand like far out as like luring, like lightning rods almost, you could say, and like demand the attention of all the children, which makes the center of the room reasonably safe. But if you're alone, then like the only bonus here is that the children kind of like run in waves. So if I can stand still long enough, I can make sure everyone goes for the same spot, and then I just sidestep that. And then on the run back, I do the same thing. But that might not work as well as I think. However, the second boss, the teacups, is also scary. Show of hands, how many players are confident in their ability to predict the third set of teacups and beyond? Because I don't. I see it so rarely that usually the boss dies during like the cup spinning, or you just take the hit because the boss will die before it becomes a problem. So, and if the boss does enough damage, and it might do enough damage, then me just taking the hit each time is going to be a problem. With that said, hey Taldemar, hey Menali, hey Nox, hey Agni, hey Ceres, hey Kuma, hey Dante, hey Bubbles, hey Yurien, hey Monica, hey Tenali, hey Bokaj, hey Aradel, hey Shiro, hey Brontom, hey Mr. Selex, hey and hey Vyak. Hope you're all doing very well. See, the thing is, the reason why the third set of cups and beyond is the problem is because the first and the second set of cups are completely predictable. They move in one set pattern depending on where the starting position is, which means that the first cup, it will spin 180 degrees, then it'll go like a little more than 360. So you have to like go to where the cup starts and then slightly further clockwise, and then you're safe. The second set, if they start opposite each other, they will actually go like, they'll basically move 90 degrees in total, and then a bit. So again, you go to where the starting position is of either one, but slightly more. And if they're 90 degrees apart, I'm not 100% sure on that one yet. I'm pretty sure that they still move 90 degrees. Something like that. Reason I don't know for sure is because I don't see that pattern as much, for some reason. But the third set of teacups seems to have more possible patterns, which means that the best you can do, ultimately, is grab your eyes and look at them. We actually sent you teacups cheat sheets. I can take a look. Oh yeah, that helps explain that one well. Whoop. This was basically what I said the first for the first one. I'm pretty sure it's slightly more than this, but basically that. And then you have the second set. Well, then you also have this set. But I just want to guide your eyes to the third set, which is exactly what I said. This is exactly what I said. So yeah, if they start here, let's see, if they start there and there, then they move 90 degrees back. Oh, they move 90 degrees back. Ah. The third set is out of view. Nope. The third set is there's a lot of possible patterns and they're more complicated, so try to kill the boss before this. This is the entire document. See, there's also another picture. It's a little smaller. The ghost goes here, which means this is safe. The ghosts go here and here, which means they explode like this. The ghosts go here, which means they go, this one goes, essentially, like, it doesn't matter which one moves, but one of them moves over here. And then there's the third, and someone actually figured it out. So if they start there and there, then they just spin around a lot and end up approximately where they started, just slightly to the side. If they start opposite, it's same as the second set. Except if they start like one of them in and opposite. In which case, so that means if they start opposite, then the safe side is slightly past one that is on the outer ring. If they don't start on the same side, then a little bit of luck. I'll probably have to be looking a lot. Also, hey Philippe, and Cat Damon, and look at the Magie. Hope you're doing well. Where's this cheat sheet hiding? Vieck sent them to me personally. Exactly, Cat. That's usually what happens for me as well. The reason why I just memorize the patterns on the first and second set is because the first and second set, like, they come up often. So just learn where, like, they go. And by just looking at the teacups and going, okay, that's the safe spot, I don't need to think very much about the problem. How many cup faces will there be? That is a good question, Brontom. There's the possibility that there's 3 in total, and the boss just goes, well, I didn't expect to get this far. And then you just it just smacks me around and goes, right, well, auto attacks and tank busters it is. And then I die to that. There's also the possibility that it just loops back around to the first set. There's also the possibility that there are more combinations that are just not in the cheat sheet. If you like, we can shout random cardinal directions in chat and then attempt to direct you to a safe zone. North, east, west, south. Astra says the cheat sheet is from Console Games Wiki. Yeah, that sounds about right. The Great Noggin, if luring all the dolls to one spot doesn't work, you could always try circling the boss instead, right? Oh yeah, the thing is, all of the dolls don't run at the same time, so there will be a way for me to just, sneak around them. The problem is, if I'm moving a lot, then it makes it harder for me to, see where they're aiming for. Hey Sparrowbird, hope you're doing well. Right, well, given that we've talked so much about Ghost Park, maybe we should just start with that one. Can I get you 3 who has arrived to help me get in? Thank you. Right, so I'm just reiterating as usual. The way that it works is that once we're inside, because I'm specifically queuing the dungeon that we're doing, there's no danger in leaving. You don't get punished for that. If we had been queuing randomly, it would have been a different story, but if you leave a duty where you've specifically chosen the duty and you're not queuing to get extra players, it's safe to leave. So that's basically what we do. We get inside and then you leave. That is the plan. And thank you so much. You find the secret 4th pattern. It wouldn't surprise me if someone went out of their way to make a cheat sheet on Console Games Wiki that the person probably went and tested if there were more patterns. Also, hey Lisa, hope you're doing well. What does my item level look like? I am item level 720. I feel like I've done this particular thing before. Now it's just the first pull. Now I'm just missing the DPS players. They have a lot of HP. Oh yeah, Primal Ruination is amazing. It's probably one of the most satisfying buttons to press in the game. Just volcano explosion. Right, I ran out of cooldowns. I didn't even kill anything, I don't think. I almost killed one thing. After all that. How will they ever top Primal Rent? That is a good question. I have a feeling that maybe they'll do something even crazier. Maybe they'll finally give us Fellest Cleave. Turn it into a 1-2-3. I mean, they're one step away. Yeah, whenever you use Primal Ruination, your axe grows 3 sizes. Right, that grows like 3 times the size. You also turn like yellow randomly. Like also that. Indeed, Astros. In fact, I think the developers understood so well that they shouldn't touch Fellcleave that they reworked Inner Chaos to also be Fellcleave. Like that's your best sign that the developers know know that that's important. Don't touch it. Like, you see something like Dark Knight gets a new fancy schmancy 1-2-3 combo instead of Bloodspiller. Warrior doesn't. Why not? Because Warriors would be furious if they did. They don't want that. Exactly, you can't improve upon perfection. It's just that good. Imagine, I wonder if they realized what kind of perfection they had happened upon when they made this animation in Heavensward? But Warriors getting furious is very in character. You know, you have a point. Maybe Warriors would get like a massive damage buff as a result of getting this angry. I also like the golf swing knocks, but I understand that it was basically like, you know, you made no inner beast, like the thing that turns into Fellcleave. Inner Chaos was just better inner beast. Like, it was just inner beast, but more. Just like how Chaotic Cyclone is Steel Cyclone, but more. So like that's where that logic comes from. But it makes pretty good sense that they went, we should probably make it into Fellcleave instead. Uh-oh. I didn't realize that was a nigh infinite range. I did not mean to do that. I just alt tap in the middle of an AoE pull. It's big brain time. It is a shame that the golf swing just disappeared. And it's just gone. Just like it is with so many other actions that are just gone. Maybe one day they'll find something to do with the Butcher's Block animation. And that is the step 3 enmity generation combo. Like, just consider this for a moment. There are a lot of Dark Knights who want Power Slash back. How free would it be for the developers to make an attack, like a new rotational attack, like a new GCD, like a new combo thing, whatever, And instead of making something new, they just reintroduce power slash. Like, some players would be happy with that. Like, you don't even need to make anything new. You just give them power slash. Because that's sometimes the problem with, like, adding a lot of new actions is that, well, you have to make, like, a new icon, you have to make a new animation, you have to make all of that stuff. But if you can just reuse a thing, then like that of course doesn't remove the workload, but it would heavily reduce it, I would think. Uh-oh. Latency, help me. What? Okay, that looked a little weird. It looked like some of them just ran a little randomly. Like they weren't pointing at me. Or maybe I just didn't see where I was. Hey Lexi, hope you're doing well. I need to find an opportunity to use my primal rend safely. Now will be the time. Yeah, exactly, Astus. That's what they did with Dismantle, and they could do it again. They could repeat that great success. And hey, given that no one were mad about it, they just might. Oh, now I see why it was confusing to me. It's because they, because of the angle some of them run... Oh, they actually run 3 times in this set. Excuse me? They run 4 times in this set, apparently. They just keep going. Do they just keep going and going and going, apparently? I never noticed that before. Maybe they stop at a certain health percentage? That could be. That seems like weirdly early that they stopped then. What I can say to that, Shiro, is that since they were given Shadow Bite at low level, like they basically were given Shadow Bite. The way they gave Bart Shadow Bite at low level is they reused the animation of Wide Volley, which we have not had since Stormblood? I think it was removed in Stormblood. Holy moly, man. Buddy, can you... Those children, can you not? This fight is going to take ages, you know? And yeah, true, Wide Volley is a little bit like Steel Peak and Howling Fist, which used to be just like straight up OGCDs a long time ago. Oh man. Not a big fan of how many times they run past. It's really taking my uptime, you know. There's also the part that because they go so many times and they're like all pointing at the same position, after like the first go, it produces this like wall of children. Thank you, Lisa. And one tomahawk at a time. Hey, Leonog, when do you get tired of using Team Spirit? Never. Okay, wonderful. Sweet. That's fine. Ow. This is one of those bosses that does like 4 things and that's it. That's not that rare, but when all of the things merge together like this, it gets really painfully obvious because it feels almost like Leonog only does one thing. Because he just keeps, like, the thing he does is the same combo of moves. A Yazzle and a Moose. Hope you're doing well. Am I winning? I haven't lost yet. Are you done now? No, you're not. Alright, one more go around the merry-go-round, I guess. No, actually, the merry-go-round is further down in the dungeon. For a moment, I was starting to get suspicious that they don't actually, like, target directly at me. But then I saw one that, like, ran perfectly in a straight line at me. So, okay. Like, I stopped for a moment, and then it was just like, target acquired, run. We started with this one, Bokaj. I don't clear dungeons that fast. Didn't you see the start of the stream? How does one submit a clip again? If you go to the Discord server, I think Ardell posted a link earlier. There is a clip reviews room where you can post something for tea time. If you wanted to clip something of the stream to share, like something cool that happened in the stream here, then there is a, oh, what's it called? Stream clips, I think? Where you can do that. Interestingly, I was actually convinced from all the times I've done this normally that at some point Leonog just stops spamming children. Turns out that it's just because he spends enough time doing the just summoning noggins all across the arena that it almost feels like that's what he's doing. Oh. Well, no loot for me then. Thank you, Ardell. And yeah, like I think I don't know. Maybe I've done like some of the A Realm Reborn dungeons in under 30 minutes. And even so, that also sounds unbelievably fast. Yeah, that's a good point here. That's a weird thing with bosses in dungeons in general is that, like, that's something that I've noticed more keenly in Savage recently, is how the Savage bosses hit hard enough with their auto attacks that if I saw a boss guide, like going over how the fight goes step by step, and it actually went, and then the boss swings at the main tank 6 times, I wouldn't go, that's stupid. Like, why do I care about that? Because those 6 swings do about the same or more damage than a tank buster. Typically. It's just that it takes a little bit for the damage to come through. Also, I think some of the mobs in these packs have... Yup, they have tank busters. I was wondering why they did so much more damage than the pulls at the start of the dungeon, but that would be why. They all went to the Hephaestus School of Altars, it seems. That sounds possible. Ow, ow. Okay. Invuln is what we'll do, I guess. I'll have to keep that in mind. I should have kept a cooldown. Yeah, boss to overtime. But seriously, it's like some of the tank bosses are like 300k or more. And then you see, oh yeah, but by the way, the boss auto swings for 60k a pop. Like, oh yeah, that's totally normal. That makes sense. So I got hit by one of the telegraphed attacks. For short, a BOT. Cat says long sections of auto attacks is the reason Dark Knight couldn't do the level 93 dungeon. Exactly. I think I actually remember that. That the final boss in Rogozoma was like, if he just stopped doing random stuff and just smacked me around, just exclusively, then, like, it might actually be a problem for Warrior as well. Like, he could also just spam the multi-stack line, but like, just auto attacks is pretty effective. The wind section is all auto attacks. Well, there you go. There's no horses in this pack. Those, I think, was the problem. But it would surprise me if they suddenly went back on big meaty auto attacks now that they've introduced them in the first raid tier. Like that would surprise me. The final boss is going to be a problem? Why is that? Maybe his stack marker? Don't you love to crush your party with Ferris wheels? Actually, every time I do this dungeon, if I'm the tank, I will use a defensive cooldown as I run past. Like, notably, if I'm Paladin or Warrior, I will put up my barrier as I run past, assuming that probably my party is going to get hit. So I'll at least, like, since we all accept that you are, like, the rest of the group is going to get hit, I might as well, like, soften the blow a bit. Are big autos new? No, I just meant, Matthew, that if there's, like, according to, I think, was it Okada Magi? P8 did it Like big altos. But now we have we have M1 doing big altos. So like there they've already introduced the possibility that savage bosses hit like a freight train right out the gate. You can't say you were surprised. OP8S phase 2. Fair enough. Is it because he doesn't auto attack very much? On a different note, this pack is really long. Giraheen. M5, it just turns out to be one of the dolls from Strayborrow Deadwalk. Just one of them. But they have slightly bigger arms because they went to the gym. Oh. And we also talked about like one of the bosses just straight up being like a Lalafell. Like a warrior or something, but straight up just a Lalafell. Like without a, like one of those like soul things, just nah, I'm good. I don't need any help. Hey Weaver, hope you're doing well, and Artemis, hope you're doing well as well. And Tay. He's just built different, yup. See? I didn't even look. Tea time with Chaiji took a whole new meaning, yep. Welcome. There's my teapot. It's a spooky doll with a human soul. Oh, wow. I think it would be somewhere like here. Yep, that's true, Giraheen. But it would still be funny. But you're right. It wouldn't make any sense, but it would be funny. And yeah, I think I have to take a look at the T now, because I can't remember like the patterns that we just looked at. Wait, maybe I can. I'm pretty sure the safe spot is still like there with this pattern. I'm pretty sure that was not what it should have done. I'm pretty sure they should have been placed differently for to lead to that result, but sure, whatever. Has there ever been a raid with a small boss? Nailed it! Lame bricks? Oh yeah, perhaps. Good luck to me. I can't remember what that pattern was. I think I've lost track of them. I'll go. I'm going to take a chance. I'm going over here. There you go. That's how you do it. It's that easy. Never punished. I just have to do that magic trick like 8 more times. Yeah, that's bad. I didn't want a dot. Brontum, the boss in Alo Alo that is quote-unquote a Lala is a giant boss that is named Lala, if I remember correctly. It's also a Lala, but it's really, really big. Oh, right, that's true. One of the bosses is named Lala. A different boss is actually a Lala, but it's still really big. Also, Taldemar, I don't know if I'm what I'm doing either. Okay, just now, I randomly had like a stroke of brilliance where I remembered the pattern from the cheat sheet. But I don't remember what the pattern, like what the answer was if they're like off angle. Like this one, I don't remember. But I'm pretty sure the safe spot is there because it, like, that was the never punished one, right? Pretty sure that was the never punished one. Like, check this out. I've cracked the code, guys. Just memorize every single combination. How did you remember the teacup pattern? Before we started, Viek sent me a cheat sheet that I showed everyone on stream. And then we talked a little bit about it. And then we started the boss, and then I had to dodge children for 15 minutes. And I was like, aha! That's pretty much what happened. Hey, Kinrao! Hope you're doing well. And the thing that I realized is that if the ghosts are opposite each other, then the safe spot is, like, it doesn't matter where they are. If they're opposite each other, then the safe spot is slightly past where one of the ghosts that start further out goes. And here I've just realized that every time that it does like a 90-degree off angle, the ghosts are exactly in the same spot every time, which means that unless it suddenly mixes something up, which it just did, then the pattern is the same. So apparently it isn't consistent. Good luck, Taldemar! The ghosts were the exact same teacup spots as all the other times where I stood there and that was the safe spot. So apparently it isn't fully predictable. Which means that if I had trusted the cheat sheet blindly, I might still get hit. I got punished right at the end. Running away from children is pretty critical to the learning process. Yeah, we finally got punished. As a tank, I'm not the biggest fan of how I just beat, I would say the hardest part of this dungeon. Hey, Caligula, hope you're doing well. What happened? The stream had a hiccup. Ah, that's annoying. You know what's even more annoying? I saw that something had happened because YouTube decided to load the stream in high quality on my end, and this PC doesn't have that kind of power. Maybe that was what caused the hiccup. What did you miss? Right, okay, as a tank, it's mildly annoying that the dolls take 30 years to stand up. Because as the tank, you're standing there like, when can I use my AoE to pull you? That is what I was trying to say. But something in the universe said no. Then I said, hey Caetsu Dragoon and Caligula. And I guess now I'll say Michael. I hope you're doing very well. Better, hopefully, than apparently my stream connection sometimes. Hey Lemon, hope you're doing well. It's been a bit. On a different note, is this going to be the fastest dungeon we've done in Dawntrail? We've spent less than 40 minutes. Ah, that's annoying. I'm glad it resolved itself at least. Watch the final boss just clown on you repeatedly. Well, he does have a clown nose. In before the dolls clown on me. Because that would be extra funny, because I just like in a little talk before the stream, I said that the dolls are probably going to be really easy because they're making soloing mistake number 1, which is using AoE on a single target. But if they do enough damage, that doesn't matter. From what I can see, that their smackdowns do like 3k? 2 to 3k. That's not very impressive. Which means that the 3 mobs in the middle are actually the real problem here. Probably. There's also the part that I need to run really far away to actually get away from the smacks. can you just run out of the room? Yes. Here's a fun fact. I can show you this when actually I can show you now. In a moment, when it is helpful. Ah, okay, they know. They know. Never mind. Never mind. The thing that I'm saying that they know is that the dolls have a max height on their smackdowns. Which means that if you have the tank them at the bottom of the stairs, and then you have like your mages stand at the top of the stairs, then the mages at the top of the stairs take 0 damage. However, what ranged jobs would actually benefit from that? Like if you take a moment to think on that, 3 out of 4 healers need to be in melee range. Like, pretty much melee range to AoE anyway. So they don't care. All 3 ranged physical jobs, sorry, need to be in melee range to properly AoE, so they don't care. Red Mage needs to get in sometimes. And, well, Summoner has their Ifrit, I guess. Like, they might actually not mind. And Pixomancer can do most of their stuff from up the staircase. And then there's Black Mage. But the point is, there's not a lot of jobs that would actually appreciate that. And it's very inconvenient. The reason why I know this is because we've actually tested this a few times. And if you're a job that doesn't appreciate it, then the fact that the tank has to pull the mobs, like, first you have to wait for the dolls to wake up, and then you have to pull them over to the staircase, it doesn't help you very much. And there's so few jobs that would actually appreciate it. And the best part is that if you stun them, as you saw, they'll stop for a moment, and the second the stun ends, they just resume. Exactly, if you had specifically a group that consisted of an Astrologian with gravity, a Black Mage, and like a Pictomancer, then you'd be fine, and it would be helpful. But you would have a pretty amazing AoE burst if you did that, right? So maybe you don't care. Also, yeah, thank you so much for the support, Levin. A year. Wow. Have you decided what the next job guide will be? The next one will be Dancer. It would be funny to do the stair thing anyway. Oh, definitely. Any fun findings of the Ghost Park that you'd never find in a group? It looked to me like... So there's a cheat sheet that says that after the second teacup, there are only 3 patterns, and they're predictable. But right at the end of the fight, I'm pretty sure that I had a pattern that I had already seen before, and I was standing in the safe spot for that exact pattern. But this time I got hit, which suggests that it might not be predictable. Or rather, it might not be consistent. So maybe, Leah? Maybe. I don't think I'd count that as fun. I mean, it's mildly interesting, I guess. Could also be a pattern you don't get unless the DPS is really low. That's true, but it would surprise me if they had a pattern that happened specifically on the 6th or 7th go around. You're having trouble with the opener I showed in my monk guide, Nox? What you could alternatively do is, I've been told by monk mains that I didn't actually show the most common standard opener in my guide. So you could also just do double lunar opener, which means a lot of dragon kicks and boot shines. I'm pretty sure that the double lunar opener is mildly is slightly better when you have raid buffs aligning. But if you don't, then getting slightly more phantom rushes, which is what you get from the opener that I presented, like in a shorter fight, might be better. I've tried the double lunar and I don't like it. That's fair. It does feel kind of weird to like just waste resources, doesn't it? It's pretty much in the bag. Yeah, that we just have to bring it home. But every time he does something duster, it's a chance for me to immediately wipe. Is the first boss of this dungeon easier or harder solo? I would say it's for me, it felt harder, but I think the reason for that is that I usually run daily expert roulettes with like Aradil and Sip, and I know they both actively go out of their way to bait the children out of the way. So like, I specifically happen to do my daily expert roulettes with 2 players that are really good at making it easier for me. And with them out of the picture, it's a lot harder because all the children are going for me. There's also the part that it's harder because it's really, really long. Solo. And making us like messing up a single time could possibly mean wipe. It's a pretty funny mix-up that Talmarai does here. Targets living after the ghost thing. Like, he's basically making a check if you're actually paying attention. Thank you, Aradil. Because if you're just like going, okay, then he does the duster thing, so I switch to human, then you die. What do you use to bait the children? The children chase whoever's furthest away from them initially. And then when they pass by, then the second time, they turn around and chase the closest one. So by just having a ranged and a healer standing at like 2 extremes in the arena, you can guarantee that nearly all of the children will chase them. Well, it isn't me, Nox, so there's that at least. Pablo says, do you have a suggestion for a job to start doing Savage content? What jobs do you like playing, Pablo? Like, specific jobs or what kind of jobs? Because if I just tell you a job, like, that's just what I find fun, potentially. It's not very helpful for you. And also, yeah, like, you're a warrior main. Is warrior super popular in Party Finder? A lot of people want warrior. I think the problem is by knowing that a lot of players want, like a lot of groups want warrior, you will also have a lot of players playing warrior for that exact reason. Which makes this really, really roundabout situation where because warrior is so popular, it somehow satisfies the demand. But yeah, exactly as Caligulov says, you could make your own group, Pablo. Then you're already a tank in it. But if you want to play a tank, a suggestion you could try is every group needs 2 tanks. Every group needs 2 tanks. And for the most part, you're good enough if the group already has a warrior, then they probably don't want 2 warriors. Which means that if you want to massively increase your compatibility with random groups in Party Finder, try to have a secondary. Like, you don't have to stop maining warrior, but if you also make sure you have like what it takes to play another tank, any tank, just either one you like. Just the one you like. Whoops, I messed that one up. I have to go out of melee range now, I think. But if you have 2 tanks in your arsenal, then you can just switch to your secondary when there are no groups that want warriors. Then you just go, well, I guess I'm a paladin now, or a dark knight, or a gunbreaker. That should be enough. Because if the problem is that all of the groups already has a warrior, then the solution is to have another backup solution. If the problem is every group has all the tanks they could ever want, then that sounds weird. And yeah, exactly, Leah. That the thing is, Solar Luna, from my memory, has a slight advantage if you were to go in blind and assume that there's a shorter kill time, then doing Solar Luna means there's a higher chance you get more Phantom Rushes in. Like, that's the logic that I go in with. But ultimately, double Luna is also slightly more damage on the burst, just in general. Which means that it makes perfect sense that double Luna would be the default. But in my guide, I showed Solar Luna. Partly because I think it's better for, well, leveling, more casual situations. Like, a lot of players that, like, use my guides, to my knowledge, are not Savage Raiders. They don't care about raid buff coordination, but they would like to have a decent opener. None of this accounts for dying. Well, there you go. But yeah, it's like, it was a combination of things that caused me to choose to show Solar Luna. I feel like Solar Luna sounds like an opener that makes better sense at a glance. Double Luna is potentially slightly stronger. But the fact that Solar Luna also causes you to be forced to handle, potentially, more wacky setups, potentially, isn't a bad idea. Like, who knows? Maybe 7.1 comes around and the developers realize that all the monks are doing double Luna, and then they go, well, we should buff what? We should buff Rising Phoenix. That clearly isn't how we planned it. But that's a very that's an impossible way to like teach. It's just like, yeah, well, maybe my suggestion will be better later. Like, that doesn't work. There we go. That was 55 minutes. And when they buff Rising Phoenix, we're going back to Endwalker on double Solar. Possibly. Yeah, exactly, Leah. Like, so that's kind of also, like, those kinds of ideas is also why I thought Solar Luna, that's a fine opener. Might not be the best one. It's a fine opener. But it's like in the middle. So like if something changes and now like the bottle like the the things just flip on its head and now my guide is completely off. We go with the middle, which is not a bad opener. But yeah. And thank you all. Did you know that Warrior can solo Straber or Deadpool? Actually, this, like, I'm pretty sure all of the leveling dungeons and Alexandria took over an hour. So this was, I don't know if it was the easiest one. It didn't feel that hard, but it was the fastest one. And yeah, Caligulov, the current rate tier is pretty nice for, I would say, for like newcomers to Savage raiding. And yeah, also, Pablo, as I don't know if you're still here, but the important part is, like, when Savage raiding, just in general, if you're going to do hard content, point one is make sure you're playing a job you enjoy. Because otherwise, you'll quit. Because you don't enjoy it. But if the one job you want to play is extremely popular, then sometimes it'll help to have a secondary. Like, if you're playing tank, have a secondary tank. If you like, the thing is, you can use all the same armor, so it's not a huge setback. It would only be like if you have a better weapon or something. And if you play healer, you can do the same. There, I would suggest that if you play pure, like you play White Mage or Astrologian, your secondary should probably be Sage or Scholar. If you play Sage or Scholar, your secondary should be White Mage or Astrologian. So that if a group wants specifically the pure barrier combo, you can switch to the other one if your primary is taken. And if you're playing like a melee DPS, then, well, there's exactly 2 jobs in each category, right? And for ranged physical, you have 3 options. For mage, you have 4 options. But those can also be harder because a lot of the time, a group might only want 1 ranged physical, and rarely these days, a group will only want 1 mage, and things like that. But yeah, having more options is not a bad idea. But try to make sure you're playing jobs you'll enjoy, because otherwise it won't work. And yeah, exactly, Leah. double Luna is really easy to start a fight. And incorporating Solar requires a little bit more thinking. And in the Monk Guide, I do briefly talk about the possibility that something causes your perfect balance to drift. So now you have some wacky situation where on your even minute burst, you have 2 perfect balance, but right now you already have the Luna Natty. So you have to go, like, you go Solar Luna there for Phantom Rush instead. And then you can, of course, fix it on the next round. But, like, there's a lot of things you can think about with Monk. But if you lead with double Luna, then you might get really stuck. Possibly. It's also possible that I'm just making up excuses. Noxus, does double Luna cause you to do Phantom Rush on every 2 minute? Yes and no. Yes, if your rotation is uninterrupted, then double Luna means that you'll do Rising Phoenix on the odd minute, and then you'll do Phantom Rush Elixir Burst on the even minute every time. But if something slow, like if there's a significant amount of downtime or whatever it can be, then there can be the possibility that suddenly your rotation is different. But part of the logic in double Luna is exactly that it causes you to have Phantom Rush on every even minute, which is good. And double Luna is slightly better damage-wise. And that's also truly, I'm pretty sure I say before I introduce the Solar Luna opener in the Monk Guide. Maybe you can remember it better than me. It's like I made the guide and then it released. And then maybe I don't remember it exactly, but I'm pretty sure I say something to the effect of Monk has a lot of different openers and it kind of depends on the different factors what is best. The opener that we've been building towards in this entire guide is, I think it's Solar Luna 5S Dragon Kick. And then I mentioned that if you're in a coordinated group, it might be helpful to like shove some of the buffs, like some of the cooldowns 1 GCD later, so that it basically becomes Solar Luna 7S Dragon Kick. But I do say there are other openers. And then I just present mine. And I think the only reason I'm being somewhat aware of the possibility that I, quote-unquote, might have presented the wrong one is because no less than 2 monk mains within like 2 hours of the guide releasing were like, well, I prefer double Luna, and it's the most standard one at the moment. That's pretty much it. Kinwell says, my main healer is Sage. Perhaps I should level White Mage then? It's mostly advice if you want to do hard content, Kinwell. This is not necessary for basically like quote-unquote casual content. And when I say casual content, just for the record, when I say casual content, I mean content whose difficulty is below extreme. And that, of course, means Savage is above Extreme. Yeah, so if you're only playing content that is, like, either old content you might be doing unsynced, if you're doing generally non-extreme or harder content, then do whatever you want. You can be 100% one trick and just play one job and only one job, and you will probably not have any problems with that. And even in Savage, you might not have problems. Like, if you're a job that people want in their group but don't want to play, then maybe you have a safe haven. I don't think there's any jobs like that at the moment that are both really, really good but also not popular. Pretty sure that's not the case. And yeah, that's true, Leah. That is actually the problem with a lot of jobs, is that if a job has more than one opener, then I, as a teacher, essentially, can choose wrong. Sometimes I choose wrong because I go, this opener seems more flexible, it seems easier to learn, it seems to me that it is more widely applicable. I might even measure that, oh, this opener seems to be better if you're not coordinating rate buffs, which is a large percentage of players, like a large percentage of players do not care about the 2-minute burst. And just, like, they just want to have fun. And you can go, I want to do a good opener, and also not care about the 2-minute burst. That might sound completely absurd when you realize that part of the reason why we do 2-minute, like, why we do good openers is because it helps line up the 2-minute burst later. So, like, those two things sound impossible to remove from each other. But, hey, I mean, getting a good start is not bad. And then you can, like, let it slide after that. Kirin says, I guess Astrologian might be the closest to being both considered strong and relatively unpopular. That could be. King says, I'm considering it just to have something to level. My mains are maxed. What do I do next? Oh, level whatever you want. I would actually say it wouldn't be a bad idea to, like, level jobs outside of, like, your knowledge base. Like, if you have Paladin, Dancer, and Sage, it might not be a bad idea to pick up a melee DPS or a mage DPS. I've talked about this before. The idea that if you level a tank, then you start to understand how a tank thinks. But you might not understand how the healer in your group is thinking, or how the melee or the range or the mage is thinking. Then you go and level a healer, and then you're like, oh man, I really hated when the tanks are holding their defensive cooldowns for a rainy day. And now, if you didn't already learn it by playing a tank, now you know why defensive cooldown cycling is a thing, because it helps the healer. Then you go and level a mage. Don't really care which one. Maybe Summoner you won't learn this lesson, but for the other mages, you'll start to go, oh man, I really love it when other people move for me when I have a spread marker, or I have a stack marker and people, like, go the extra mile to come to me, because it's more inconvenient for me to cast. And, like, because I'm casting, it's more difficult to move around. It's not that bad these days, but, like, this could both apply to healer and mage. But that's also a lesson. Then you go, oh, when you're playing a more mobile job in the future, you'll be like, oh, I'll move for the black mage. It's free for me. It costs something for them. So I'll take this one. Ranged physical, you start to realize, well, the interesting thing is that if you play ranged physical and then a healer, then you immediately realize how annoying it is when the ranged physical is hanging out in Narnia. Right? And for melee, if you play a tank and then a melee DPS, then you go, oh, that's why I don't spin the boss. Like, there's almost like combos of lessons to be learned here, right? You play a tank, you run around as you please, then you play a melee DPS, you realize there is such a thing as a positional. Strat also says Solar Luna is probably better in, like, Dungeons and Alliance raids, I'd imagine. Possibly. Possibly, and then that's kind of also what I was thinking about Strat, is that maybe that's the case, but as Leah also suggested, Solar Luna might also just be better to teach. Like, it's better for learning, and then as a monk you might go, wait a minute, double Luna makes a lot more sense here, but then you made that observation yourself. Now you have graduated and gotten better as a result. Bonus points of range stand in Narnia and have a stack marker. That's when they die. That's when they straight up just die. But yeah, generally, like, try and level a job of each category. That might help you learn a lot. After that, if you have a favorite role, like if your favorite is tank, favorite is healer, favorite is a specific type of DPS, it might not be a bad idea to level multiple in that category, because that makes you a little bit more flexible, and your main will probably have the best gear you will have. And all in that role, in that specific category, can share. Asterisk, depending, because if you're a melee, then depends on what kind of melee you are. You know, it's pretty funny with that, Lisa. Lisa says, sometimes when I don't understand a job, I create a new character and I start from 0 and go to 1 through the MSQ. Sometimes that actually helps people understand the job more from taking it ground up. The reason why I don't think I would ever do that is because I noticed on Small Kai that sometimes we would do like a 6-hour stream, right? And I would fight like if I didn't get to a dungeon, I would fight like 3 things and then just spend 6 hours watching cutscenes and talking with people. Whereas if you like don't level it with MSQ, then you can choose to level the job entirely through combat. Like, you choose how, but you can just spam dungeons or whatever you want. And then you'll have more like combat experience. That's not to say that the way you like to do it, Lisa, is a bad idea. I'm just saying that that's my perspective on it. See, Judgment Dragon says, I do agree with what's being said. Sadly, I can't bring myself to play any DPS outside of Blue Mage, which is my favorite class. Fair enough. I mean, you still learn the mage perspective there. Right. Should we see if we can get into Tender Valley then? Do I have a third friend? Should I ask in here? Do I have a third friend in the stream maybe, before I ask in there? There's also armory bonus, I guess. Yeah, if you make a new character, specifically to learn a job, then you're probably very focused on just learning the job, and maybe you'll just toss the job, or rather the character, once you've learned what you need to learn. Excellent. We have a group of 4, so now we can get in. Okay, Katie's here as well. Shoop. That is an interesting solution, Philippe. Sometimes I change the hotbar and have to stay away from the job a few weeks without playing it to lose some muscle memory. That is an interesting way to do it. And for a second, I actually thought that my stream had borked again, because it was like almost like a sudden stop where people were like talking and then suddenly nothing. This pack will go a lot less quickly than normal? Probably. Depends on how heavily I can focus my damage on Mr. Big Shot over here. With the big crown. Oh, no worries, Caligulov. It was just like that. It was just an observation that was like, huh, that was very sudden. That was just complete silence. And it's perfectly fine. I should probably run. This is going to be exceptional. What are you doing? What are you doing, man? It did a circle AoE. I wasn't in range. I was like miles from there. Like, I should probably do a frontal line AoE next. Like, what are you doing? I know what I'm doing. I have a lot of HP. That's probably because I'm so smart. What are you doing? Get over here. We the voices will never go away. Well, this is going to take a while. The Sabotender is my spirit animal. What are you doing? Wow. I just barely at the end, I managed to make it so that 2 mobs died together. Nailed it! Next you're gonna tell me that this guy, Pineapple Head, is going to do the same thing. He just might. Well, he doesn't do it quite as much. It's just a circle AoE. And it's not so big that I can't cleave while he's doing it. I was a little late with damnation there. Boy. I'm really trying to focus this guy, and he's still behind. Is he? She's slapping me with the fan. Okay. Which spot was that, Nox? It would probably have been either in at a spot in Solution 9 or in Limsa, I would guess. Oh, right, the market board. Oh, yes, okay, now I remember. Yeah, there's 2 times where I just parked myself there. I do remember that. And no particular reason that it was standing there, I don't think. That sounds like someone who's very impatient, Gleaming. A Reaper who pulls like a tank. Hey Perrin and King Izio, hope you're doing well. How was his royal headiness? I didn't actually get knocked a single time. And on the teacups, I only got hit by the teacups once, right at the end. My guess, I had looked at like a cheat sheet of positions. I'm pretty sure that there was a mix-up at the end. Not 100%, but I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm pretty sure I stood at the same spot and the combo was the same. And suddenly it didn't work when it worked the other times. But yeah, his royal headiness was probably the most time-consuming of the fights. Because the dodging required... it was a big DPS loss. Whee! Thank you, Perrin. It was actually the... it took 55 minutes, I believe. So it was the fastest Dawntrail dungeon so far. By a significant margin, I'm pretty sure. Now the question is whether Tender Valley will be even faster. Because there we don't have those kind of shenanigans. I've elected to take the tank buster without Rampart because I don't know when the stack marker comes up. Also not gear synced. I mean... True. There isn't like an item level sync down at this time. And if I remember correctly, once they actually instate an item level sync on these dungeons, it'll probably be like 7:30. Oh, we're already looping mechanics, I see. Which means that by the time that they'll add item level sync to the dungeon, I would have better gear. Because I only have 720 anyway. Like average 720. But yeah, it would probably have taken a lot longer if it had been like minimum item level. But I wonder if it would have been impossible. Because none of the bosses seem like they were like number-wise winning. Which is like, that was part of the problem with some of the Dawntrail like leveling dungeons, was that some of the bosses did so much damage that I was effectively cycling cooldowns the whole way. Here, I have so much space that I'm like, it's just a tank buster. I don't need Rampart for that. I'll save that for the stack marker. And the stack marker doesn't hurt that bad either. Glad we're keeping to the tradition of, let's see, max level dungeons being easier than leveling. Yeah. Yeah. You might be right on that one, Paz. None of the Dawntrail dungeons were impossible to solo. Even the one with a DPS check was beatable. Within like the first try. Meanwhile, Endwalker has the Tower of Battle unbeatable. DPS check too tight. Was there another one? I feel like there was another one. But just having one leveling dungeon be unbeatable due to a DPS check would already rank Endwalker leveling dungeons as harder. Yeah, I heard about that, Leah. But we kinda already saw it coming. Because, like, I think, like, over a month ago, I can't remember, I think it was Matthew J, did it with, I can't remember if it was Pictomancer or Summoner or something. Oh, yeah, right. Troya wasn't doable. And, Lapis Manalis was just barely doable, it turned out. But yeah, I did hear about that, Leah. But we kinda expected that, because the limitation is, can you or can you not beat this extremely tight DPS check of skipping the intermission? But I'm sure it was quite a victory, because I'm pretty sure it was right around when Wrath started on his solo journey. I made a video that said basically, you can't do it. Like, you can't actually do it all. Not because of the Alliance, like, oh, you can't do Crystal Tower alone, whoopity-doo. Like, I didn't go that far. I remembered that was even a problem in the making of the video. Like, after I had basically recorded everything, it was like in the middle of editing, I was like, wait a minute. I forgot something. Uh-oh. Inner release memes. But no, the actual problem was, Susano. Everything before Susano, you could beat some way or another. Like, either you just had to get really smart with it, or you could just out-level it, and it would work. But Susano, nope, you couldn't do it. And eventually, Matthew J beat Susano with Blue Mage. I think it was Matthew J beat it with Blue Mage, and then we discovered that, no, well, the MSQ doesn't care if you beat it with Blue Mage. That doesn't count. So it stood uncontested. But that was the big wall that I basically said, you can't solo Final Fantasy XIV. Because you can't beat Susano. And that's also where I then stopped looking any further. Yeah, then the new wall is probably Seat of Sacrifice? Possibly. Possibly. Are there any other Stormblood trials that would get in the way? But yeah, as long as as long as the doors open for you can run duties unsynced, as long as you get the gear and the levels yourself, then some of the things that I've discovered through this solo challenge that I'm doing doesn't apply. Like, I could, for example, say, oh yeah, Dun Meg is going to be a nightmare because the second boss is... it has a DPS check. But if I remember correctly, if I could do like 33% more damage, like something like that, then we would be good. Like, then it could work. You could probably get 33% more damage by leveling. You could probably do that. But yeah, at a glance, Seat of Sacrifice will be guaranteed impossible. Because the game will just not let you. So like the only, like I'm just prediction here, and that's probably not a surprising prediction. It wouldn't even surprise me that others have said the same thing to Wrath and gone like, oh yeah, what are you going to do about that? It would not surprise me if he has already said, so the solution for the Seat of Sacrifice is that I bring 7 people with me. They don't do anything. They're just there so that I can use LB3 after the intermission. That's it. And I'm pretty sure there's a checkpoint after the intermission, come to think of it. So after the checkpoint has been reached, that squad of helpers can straight up leave. There's not? Are you sure? I'm pretty sure that it gives you a checkpoint. You just have to beat the, you have to use LB3 to get the checkpoint, which is why people usually don't see it, because if you LB3 correctly, you will not wipe. Like, that's the thing that wipes you, is either the intermission itself because someone didn't button mash enough, or someone didn't LB on time. But yeah, you have to survive the LB3. There's a checkpoint. I'm confident there's a checkpoint, and I'm not the only one. Radiant Desperado might actually be impossible though. Well, that's a separate problem. That's a separate problem. But, like, that's the thing, is that when I go into a duty and go, well, you can't solo that, synced, is I go in and go, well, first of all, you can't beat it synced, numbers too high. Or I go, this mechanic requires 2 players, or 4 players, or 8 players, so you can't do it normally. Like, that's where I'm going, usually. Like, that's the stage that I move to, is, well, you can't do it legit solo. You can't. And you can't do it synced either. But if you're allowed to do it unsynced, as long as you, like, you bring your own gear and all that, then that already opens some doors that I've otherwise claimed closed. And if you're allowed to bring token players to do exactly the part that you need more players for, then you have the ability to level the playing field so that the only thing you have to do is beat the number game. Which is like one of the options. Like, some bosses might actually, like for example that Cat said earlier, Dark Knight cannot solo Walker Zorma synced because of a numbers game. The boss auto attacks too much. That's the problem. Only that. If the boss is auto attacked a little bit less, you could do it. Strat right now is just to duo it with via rest cheese. That's also an option. If you're level 100, maybe you can beat it before Radiant Desperado goes off. What is Radiant Desperado? I'm pretty sure that's when Seed of Sacrifice, Warrior of Light, uses LB2. You know how ranged physical LB2 is called Desperado? When you pull out 2 crossbows? Seed of Sacrifice, he does it 3 times. Like, wait, 2 times. And it's a line stack, and you're supposed to, like, spread the team, because it gives, like, a physical vuln, so you don't want to take both. But if you're one person, it's going to be pretty hard to do that. It turns out that you can't solo 2 light party stacks. Rather, like, mandatory enforced light party stacks with physical vuln. But if you can survive it with invuln, like Holmgang, then we're getting somewhere, right? And then you might actually be able to do it. You just have to, he just has to not do Radiant Desperado more often than once every 4 minutes. And yeah, thank you, Ardell. I think, as far as I know, it does help to like streams as they're live. Tells YouTube's algorithm that this is a very enjoyable stream that other people should see as well. So I very much appreciate the support. Yep, I don't know, Nox. I don't actually know. I haven't needed to test this, so for that reason, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if you couldn't invuln it, but I would also not be surprised if you can invuln it. If I remember correctly, Radiant Desperado usually centers on the healers or something. So the tanks invulning it is a little bit like, big whoop, the healers are still dead, idiot. Like, you don't get that much value out of that, do you? And that, by the way, is often the reason that, like, stack markers often get planted on healers, because the healers can't do anything about it, and you need to protect them. I'm pretty sure this guy has a stack marker. Or maybe it's just a spread marker. If he doesn't have a stack marker, then he's already lost. He put his points in the wrong thing. Like this, as I've said a million times, the boss is spending that much time just shooting around all over the place. He has a stack marker. Oh yeah. There it is. Ow. That's like 100k flat. It's not so bad. Meanwhile, the tank buster, well, that's like 70, 60, maybe 69. Nice. Okay. That's actually pretty terrible planning on his part. Like, if a boss were to optimize around beating a solo tank, they should do it so that like they put out like a stack marker. Like really, really invest hard in the damage of the stack marker. And then make sure that the tank buster is over 20 seconds later. It has to be over 20 seconds later, otherwise the tank can like just use Rampart for both. Now, I don't know about that, Vek. If a warrior uses they can use Shake It Off to heal themselves. They can use Thrill of Battle, and nowadays at higher level use Rampart to increase that also. And then they can use Equilibrium, which is now boosted. And then I think I can take this straight. Yeah, I can. Then you just right-click off Thrill of Battle to reduce your HP again. I think you could possibly do it with a warrior. Warrior might not be fast enough. I think it might be fast enough. But we have to try it, right? Like most of that healing that I just listed are all OGCDs. It's just, oops, all OGCDs. It's just that the Bloodwetting healing takes 4 GCDs. Up to 4 GCDs. But yeah, if a warrior can't do it, then you're like down to Paladin. And that might be a bigger problem in the second half. And there's also the part that if it is actually a problem, then warrior can like stockpile guaranteed, like they can stockpile Infuriates and Primal Ruin and Primal Ruination, all that, those shenanigans. Whoops. Oh, I just sidestep it. It's that easy. the slow snapshot right there. So you can get 4 crits. Just have negative ping. Seed of Sacrifice has tank LB3 requirement, right? Yes, that's also why we pretty much went into this conversation, Samuel, with, well, let's assume, for the sake of the conversation, that the person who's attempting to solo brings 7 people. They're just standing there, they're not doing anything, but they're there. And like, maybe they're standing in a corner to make sure everyone stays alive, so that like, things aren't a problem. But then, of course, the follow-up question is, yeah, but could a solo person do it if we remove these, like, party roadblocks? They can even be dead? I don't actually know. I remember hearing in the past that supposedly if you go into the little button mash intermission with anyone dead, then you just auto-fail it, but I don't know about that. I feel like there might be a correlation where it's actually more a case of, well, if you have a person dead, there's a possibility that they also failed the button mash. Yes, spread markers are a lot easier when you don't have 3 other people to plan around. Exactly. This is also the reason why, Nox, like, whenever I talk about this, I'm saying whenever the boss is doing something that isn't hurting me directly, that I can dodge, they're making a mistake. Because I can just dodge everything. Like, this entire mechanic is the boss not auto-attacking, which is a mistake. I'm winning while they're doing all that. Then they do a spread marker, which does, like, whatever damage. Blap. I didn't even need to use Blood Wedding, but I got a little scared. Your character just mysteriously goes back to life to break the chains. Imagine being that defiant. You're not going to capture my dead corpse in this other place. I refuse. Yeah, we kinda suspected as much, Viek. It's the kind of mechanic where the boss basically does a check to see whether you used LB or not. And if you didn't, then like the only way to win is if you somehow survive / kill. Like, just everyone just gets admin commanded to death. And the only way to do that is being in the process of getting rest when the attack lands. Yeah, I have a feeling. So the thing is, the Great Serpent has actually some of the tools it needs to beat me. It has some of them. Because it has a back-to-back stack marker, which I'm pretty sure takes place while the boss is auto-attacking. Like, it's happening simultaneously. What's your thoughts on all this stuff being soloable? Well, my perspective on it is I think it's fun to be able to do it, but part of my point of view on this is also that I feel like this either indicates that the duties could be a lot harder, or that tanks are maybe a little too self-sufficient. You choose whichever story you prefer. Either way, we could have it a little harder. This is actually, like, see, the thing is, this isn't a problem that is unique to Final Fantasy XIV. I'm pretty sure just recently that I read that most tanks in World of Warcraft got mega nerfed on their self-healing, specifically, which, like, some tanks just had the capacity to self-heal themselves a bit, where it was like, whatever. But then you have, like, Death Knight, who's like, if you think Warrior in Final Fantasy XIV is a little too focused on self-healing, then I'd like to introduce you to Blood Death Knight. Like, their whole thing is essentially what Bloodwedding does. Just all the time. Like, their thing is taking it on the chin and then just healing up. So when you nerf the tank's ability to self-heal, then what you're saying is, all of you guys who just reduce damage and then incidentally have like a heal or two, your heals are getting nerfed. And they're like, okay. That was like a bonus we had anyway. And then you turn to look at like Blood Death Knight and like Vengeance Demon Hunter, and they're like, my world is in ruins, what am I going to do now? That was how my tanking worked. And Paladin also heals a lot, yes. So, like, that's kind of the deal. But my point being that to make tanks that are extremely tanky, as mobs get stronger in the game, you eventually reach a point where the tanks need to be able to help the healers keep them alive. But when the tanks get too good at that little game of keeping themselves alive, then the tanks become too good. Alone. Don't need anyone else. That means healers do more DPS. Maybe. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that in World of Warcraft, just because the tank is very self-sufficient, doesn't mean that the healer gets more time to attack. And yeah, one way to fix the problem, like an alternative way to fix the problem, is to give mobs various ways to overcome tanks just clowning on them. Like, if I remember correctly, I don't know if this is still a thing, but I'm pretty sure there was at least a part of Mythic Plus in World of Warcraft, like some part of that content's lifespan, which is like dungeons with like a massive like multiplier on HP and damage, and like it's time attack. You have to beat it in a certain amount of time. The best of the best players discovered that you can just have the tank spam ranged attacks while doing this. Like basically this. And I'm doing right here. And then you could overcome almost any amount of damage multiplier on the mobs. Because the tank isn't tanking anyway. Like, the tank goes up, someone AoE stuns all the mobs, the tank lays like a foundation of aggro, and then for the rest of the pull, the tank just flees. And every time the tank runs out of space to run on, AoE stun, run through again. Which, that's basically what I'm doing here, right? It's basically the same thing, it's just you did that with a full team. So that the team could cleave down the mobs while the tank ran. How did they resolve this problem? So they gave mobs... I'm pretty sure they made this effect where after a certain amount of time, the mobs became, first of all, resistant to crowd control, and second of all, got a speed boost. It's like they'd start to like run up the tank, so they couldn't just keep running forever. Which is a hilarious solution to the problem, isn't it? Like the mobs just go to the gym. They run faster. Because making the mobs hit harder wouldn't do anything at that point. The crowd control, diminishing returns was always a thing. Oh, I know, Nox. The thing is, diminishing returns has a timer that runs out. Just like it has in Final Fantasy XIV. If a mob isn't flat out immune to stuns or crowd control in Final Fantasy XIV, then you can crowd control them, and if you don't do it again for a full minute, it resets. I don't remember the timer on crowd control in World of Warcraft, but it's the same idea. Like, diminishing returns is a built-up resistance that ends if it isn't, like, refreshed regularly. And if you're kiting a pack of mobs for long enough, then you will be able to crowd control them again and again and again. But if the mobs straight up build up permanent resistance or outright immunity that doesn't go away, then you will eventually no longer be able to do it. And indeed, Bokaj, like, that is also a solution. Give the mobs more crowd control. Give the mobs more gap closers so you can't kite them. But just for the record, I specifically remember, this was from Legion, that the way they handled packs with mobs that had, like, ranged attacks is that the tank would stand so far away that it would, like, the tank was outranging the ranged attacks on the mobs, which is like, I think it's like 35 yards, which is, I don't know, I think it's either the equivalent of 30 yalms or something like that, but it's extremely fast. Like, you just have, like, the party bashing away at the mobs. Meanwhile, like, where's the tank? Oh, he's down the street. Like, he's down. Just keep running. Just keep going. Which is, again, it's a really, really funny picture. And indeed, as Nox says, the thing that I think was I also believe was the biggest motivator for Blizzard to fix this problem is that seeing the group just bashing away at the pack while the tank just herds the mobs around like some sort of weird backwards sheepdog isn't very cool. It doesn't look very awesome. It's not that entertaining. Yeah, the tank went to Narnia. Let's see how much damage this does if I don't use anything else. Oh. That's, that's worrying for your chances, Servant of Tyrol. That tank boss does nothing. Hey, Kato! Hope you're doing well. But yeah, like, in Final Fantasy XIV, if you wanted to make it so that tanks can't solo as much, one way to go about it is, or rather, to make them less busted at doing it at least, would be doing things like give bosses, mobs, whatever you want, stacking damage buffs that, like, gradually increase as the fight progresses. The problem is that could hit parties that are just really bad. Like, just really bad players might get hit by this. You could also do enrage timers, but this would be the same problem. I think doing, like, a gradually increasing damage buff on bosses and mobs would be the safer approach, simply because that would mean that instead of being like a sudden stop, like a complete stop, it's instead, it's just, oh, if you don't do it, then the boss gets stronger and stronger and stronger. But we've already talked about this before, and ultimately this might hurt players that don't need this kind of difficulty more than it will actually affect players that don't, like, doesn't really matter that a tank can solo a dungeon. Like, when it really comes to it, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, I think I won. Good to hear, Kato. I'm also doing pretty well. We're winning. Yeah, that's kind of the problem, is that for the majority of the player base that will do this kind of content, it doesn't... I had completely forgotten about this mechanic. Look, we already had Witch Hunt. And yeah, that is also true, Leah. Like, the real problem is when there's like one guy left alive trying to solo a boss. And a lot of the time, they don't have to. Like, they don't have to be the hero. And there, maybe it makes sense for the boss to like grow really angry if there's only one person left standing in a light party. Like, that's something they could do. Just straight up make it so that the boss specifically gets cross with you. Ow. If you're alone. And, like, there's corpses on the floor. Like, the boss just straight up goes, join your friends. And then, like, gets a massive damage boost. Specifically to, deter players from trying to... Whoops. How much damage does that do? Oh, that's not so bad. That's manageable. But like, to deter players from trying to solo randomly on a whim. Because that's the real problem. Is that it's kind of annoying when other players become a captive audience to someone else's solo reel. And exactly, the thing is, sometimes you are in these groups where you wipe and, like, basically you wiped. And then the only the tank is left alive and they do the fight for several minutes. Whether they beat it or not is besides the point. It's really annoying if it's like the first try. Other times you might be in a case where this is attempt number 6 and someone in your group just can't do it. And then at that point, some players would be happy if the tank could just get it over with. Like, just, if you can solo it, do it. At this point, we just want to go home. But if you make some sort of system that is designed to specifically to deter tanks from being able to solo, then they also lose this capacity to save the day, as it were. Because, like, you can't have both. Oh, is that true? I didn't even notice. That is actually pretty sad, because I'm pretty sure the knockback comes just often enough that arm's length won't be available in time. Oops. And yeah, indeed, Vieck. Like, the thing is, if I'm in a group and my healer dies, that isn't ground to wipe it for me. Like, I'll try my hardest to make sure everyone else stays alive. Because it's going to take an eternity to solo it. I don't want to do that. Are you sure about that, Samuel? Did you see what I did there? Did you see what I did there? I was standing over there. The circles were up there. Oh, did you mean that the circles can only be in the north or south side? When does it check? Are you saying that it checked when they spawned? That could work, I guess. That would still mean you're right. When he starts casting it. It's determined by the boss position. Oh. That, you might be right there. Fair enough. That could be helpful. If he's doing bouncy council now, I think he might not make it to another moist phase. It does look consistent, Samuel. That's a good tip. I've usually just like moved as I see it. Like the mechanic takes pretty long to resolve, so it's usually not a problem. Oh. Right. Blam! It took about 55 minutes. That's the same time as Straight Arrow Deadwalk. Weird. That's almost exactly the same time. That is almost spooky. You're the Great Serpent now. Whoa. What do we do? There you go. Rah. Yeah, did you know that Warrior can apparently solo all of the Dawntrail dungeons synced? All of them. Really weird. And yeah, this is like a classic with the max level dungeons. We also had that happen with... Well, I didn't do all of them for every expansion. And of course, the further down you got, the more toolkit the various jobs had. Or rather, the more toolkit Warrior has. But, like, Dead Ends was pretty challenging. But aside from Lapis Manalis' and Fail Court of Troya's DPS checks, most of them were pretty fine. And yes, Warrior could not solo Fail Court of Troya or Tower of Babel in Endwalker. In Shadowbringers, if we're talking synced, Don't Make, the second boss essentially has a Harden Rage. And we need a lot more damage to do that. The second boss in Amarot also has a DPS check. And I recall that was equally difficult to meet. Aside from that, all of them are doable. Like, the only fights that you couldn't solo as a warrior in Shadowbringers are fights with a DPS check. The rest of them, you can. I do recall that an Amnesis Annihilator had the saddest thing, because it had a mechanic that felt unbeatable, but because the boss only did it twice, and I had just enough resources to beat it twice, it was possible. The specific mechanic, for those curious, is the final boss in an Amnesis Annihilator is like one of those fish people, the big mama. Twice in the fight, she will have like 4 grates splash around, and you're supposed to have one person stand on each of them. The first time there'll be 4 grates, so you'll be able to stop all 4. But if you're alone, you can only stop one of them. The second time she does the mechanic, all 8 grates will like start splashing around, but she'll put like hands over 4 of them and auto kill 4 of them for you, but you then have to stand on the remaining 4. But if you're alone, you can only stop one of them, and while any of those ads are alive, any of them, the boss will not do other mechanics. She will just auto-attack you, which is bad, and do tank busters on the regs. And the ads also hit reasonably hard, and I think they have like mini tank busters. And as long as they're alive, she's invulnerable. And basically, the thing that makes that mechanic so scary is that you have to rush down the ads to get the boss to do mechanics again. Because she's too strong if she does not do mechanics. Which is exactly what I'm talking about when I say the boss is making a mistake when it's actively doing mechanics that you can just dodge. Because most bosses, they have all they need to beat a warrior. They don't need all the flashy stuff. They just need to keep smacking the warrior and then just sprinkle in a tank buster or a stack mark with a little bit of oomph every now and then. And then the warrior will just slowly die. Because the warrior does not have that kind of self-sustainability that they can do it forever. But the sad part is that, like, I remember, like, a stream VOD, you can find it if you're interested. I was, like, at my wit's end going, I don't know how I'm going to survive this, it's too strong, and then I just barely killed the last ad. And then, like, because I was basically burning through all of my cooldowns just trying to survive them, like, a bit like how I do with trash packs. And the moment the second set of ads were gone, I just saw that, like, slowly my cooldowns started to come up and be fine. Like, I just had extras to go around. Like, suddenly it was okay. And I had basically recovered to the point where it's like, you know, if you had another set of ads, I think I could take this, but you didn't. Yeah, exactly. Auto attacks generally hit so hard because they're not supposed to come up that often. The most dungeons below 56 are a lot harder. Well, if we go down the list, like, all of the Dawntrail ones, as I said, doable. Only Alexandria has a DPS check. And it's not a hard one. Because ironically, as you kill off the rods, it goes slower and slower, so it's not that bad. The hardest ones among all these dungeons, Vanguard and Volkozormo has the hardest trash packs. Vanguard has, like, the second pull in the dungeon with, like, the motorbike guys. You have to split it up in two, because all of them are ranged, and they hit pretty hard. So they'll run you out of cooldowns, and then you can't run. Because they'll just keep up with you and just shoot you as you try and run away. So you have to do them in two. The flyers, after the second boss, they have tank busters that are ranged. Oh, thank you, Kylan. We actually finished the last one. We did both already. Thank you. Yeah, the flyers have tank busters that are ranged. Again, you can't run because they'll just throw it at you as you try to run away. So again, you have to split them up in two. Volkozormo, on the other hand, has a single pack, just one pack, with 2 bloodsuckers in them. And they have absolutely insane tank busters, like ludicrous tank busters. So it is genuinely, like, that pack, you might have to do it in 2 goes because you just kill one, and killing one of them might take so much out of you that the remaining one will just kill you before you can recover. Like, they're that strong, and it's just one pack, so you can't split them up. So, like, Volkozormo gets the trophy for strongest single pack, and Vanguard gets the trophy for most really dangerous pulls. Now, the strongest, hardest boss is, like, it's like between the final boss of Volkozormo and the final boss in Skydeep Shinobi. Because the final boss in Skydeep Shinobi has a tank buster that actually really hurts, and the multi-stack marker, which I believe, as I remember, peaks at 6. It didn't need to go higher, but I'm pretty sure it peaked at 6. And the reason why both of these things are so scary is because both the tank buster and the stack marker call for a big cooldown if you're alone. But the boss actually loops mechanics faster than every 2 minutes. So you don't have that. Like, you will have to just use, like, you just have to, like, scrounge around on the floor for garbage. And then, like, throw whatever you have. And then just hope that it is enough. And they both hurt ridiculously high, like, so much damage. So, like, I would say Skydeep Shinobi, if you're just, like, single things, the final boss there is probably the hardest to solo out of all of this. But if I were to say a single dungeon, Skydeep Shinobi does not have the strongest trash packs by any stretch of the imagination. It loses to both Vanguard and Wakazoma. It has strong trash packs, but Wakazoma and Vanguard are stronger. So Wakazoma having one of the strongest trash packs, like the strongest singular trash pack, and one of the strongest bosses means that I would say Wakazoma is the hardest of the dungeons. If we then go back to like Endwalker, simply because there are dungeons that are straight up unbeatable solo, we don't have to make this sort of ranking. Straight up, Tower of Babel and Fell Court of Troya are the hardest dungeons. Fell Court of Troya has 2 DPS checks. I don't even know if you can beat the second one, because you can't beat the first one. Like, you can't beat the first boss because the DPS check is too tight. It's like, that's it. That's the end of the line. Fell Court of Troya is hardest because you can't even see 2/3 of the dungeon alone. In Shadowbringers, we have a similar situation where Amarot and Dawn Meg each have that, and incidentally, it's a draw, because in both cases, it's the second boss. And for Amarot, it's a DPS check that you can't beat. In Dawn Meg, it's a Harden Rage that you can't beat. And I'm pretty sure that it was reasonably closely equal how much damage was missing. They don't have the Orogenics Turtle. The thing is, the Orogenics Turtle is not hard. It's just really tanky. It just has a lot of HP. But we actually discovered when we were doing Orogenics, once the 2 Cyclops guys were dead, a tank can just stand there and take it. The turtle doesn't actually have the follow through to actually kill a tank that is trying to fight back. So the turtle isn't particularly threatening. And once we go back to Stormblood, we start to run into like DPS check situations where it's like anything below 70, Warrior doesn't have inner release. So like there's a massive damage loss there. Warrior also doesn't yet have things like Inner Chaos or Chaotic Cyclone to guarantee crit heals. So significant drop in self-sustain. But out of all these, I don't believe I soloed all of them. If I remember correctly, I soloed Gimlet Dark. I'm pretty sure I also soloed the Burn. I'm pretty sure I also soloed Temple of the Fist. But the hardest one is between Castrum Urbania and Alamigo. And there's a reason for that. The second boss in Castrum Urbania, after the rework, by the way, is insanely hard. It's beatable, but he actually beats you with numbers. Like, he just beats you with numbers. Like, he does pillars, but you can't soak all of them, so you will be forced to take Vuln stacks. He does stack markers, but these stack markers hurt too much if you have Vuln stacks. The final boss is also really strong, but the moment I figured him out, because the thing is, originally, I couldn't beat the dungeon in the first lockout. So, when the so after I had finished the whole journey of trying to solo everything, a while later, we went back, and I basically brought a strike team to bring me back to rematch the final boss, and only the final boss, because I timed out on him. And then I got him, and I can't remember if it was the first or the second try, because it was just like, oh, I figured it out now. But Alamigo has a DPS check, and I beat it on the last try before we were going to time out. But that was a really hard DPS check. The rest of the dungeons, of the ones that I tried, not that bad. It's a 1 in 3 chance of even being possible, depending on what element he starts with. That makes sense. For some reason, I felt like he always started with the same order. And yeah, that sounds about right, Samuel. The most trouble you would have with orogenics is if you die too many times early, you might just not have the time thanks to the turtle. And that makes sense because the turtle took like over 10 minutes on its own. Also, by the way, thank you, Ardell, for posting the links to those streams. They're very much appreciated. And if we go back to Heavensward, let's see. I can't remember which of these dungeons I actually tried. I think I did Self-Atoll. I'm also pretty sure I actually did Fractal Continuum hard. I don't know why I did that one, but I'm pretty sure I did. I didn't do regular Fractal Continuum, though. But a theochemical research facility. Again, there's a DPS check. You can't make it. Like, you straight up just can't. Kingrad says, watching you do Tender Valley, I thought, this doesn't seem too hard. I might be able to do this. I was wrong, and I feel bad for my healer. I had 7 bone stacks in the second boss alone. Well, see, the thing is, Kingrad, you'll learn it by doing it more times. I don't think I've gotten that many bone stacks on any of the bosses in Tender Valley, but it comes with practice, trust me. Oh right, we did Sword of Kai, that's true. And initially we skipped Balzar's Wall because I had the impression that, well, what's the point? The final boss is just going to chain you. But then discovery was made. No, he doesn't. He doesn't chain you if there's only one person. He's not that unfair. But turns out there is, first of all, there is, of course, not surprising, a community in doing that thing that Wrath Game Solo Only does in trying to solo the game from the start. And Balzar's Wall is one of those that is notorious for being, don't try to solo it synced, you can't do it. And I believe Cat, and then also me at this point, managed to solo the first 2 bosses. I can't remember if it's the first or the second one that is like the big problem, but one of them is the big problem. We managed to do it, but we do it synced and with potions that people that are actually completing the game from the start wouldn't have. Like, we bring this. I think at best they bring this. There's a significant difference. And the thing is, if you didn't have hyper potions, it would probably still be possible, but every hyper potion use basically has to be replaced with like, oh yeah, you just have to crit raw intuition twice in a row. Just consistently. Like once every minute you have to double crit raw intuition to make up that difference. Cat says I brought the tier below hyper potion. Did you? Does that mean that they only had access to max potions? Because I do believe we specifically heard that you also used a potion that wasn't available. That would of course reduce it to like 1 crit, but it's still the same point. That it is possible, but it's down to like, it's not necessarily down to skill. It might be more down to crit luck. And the duty is just like, there's too much for that to be very fair, so people just usually... The available potion is 2 tiers below. Really? Do they not have max potions from Palace of the Dead? I was sure max potions would drop from Palace of the Dead. Because that's the reason why I have so many of them. Oh, sorry, so the available potion is 2 tiers below Hyper, which is max. Sorry. But that's the problem. So usually, Balzar's Wall is one of the duties where, like, in this community, they just go, just just over-level a bit and then unsync it. Like, that's the more reasonable approach. But it is doable. It is beatable. It is beatable. It's just too hard if you're, like, trying to beat the whole game with, like, self-supplied in this way. It's too hard. But aside from that, the only dungeon among the ones that I did in Heavensward that wasn't beatable solo was the Aerie. And you probably know why. The first boss is soloable, the second boss is soloable, all of the trash is soloable. I'm pretty sure you can even, like, mega pull it solo and you're fine, because Warrior has Raw Intuition. This is the first dungeon with Raw Intuition. But the final boss, Nidhogg, will just crowd control you and kill you. And there's nothing you can do about it. It's only doable unsynced. Solo. And if we go down to a Realm Reborn, I don't... Like, I didn't do all of the dungeons, but I'm pretty sure you can do all of them. Exactly, Sable Price. I'm pretty sure you can solo all of them. And I can even add, as a little bonus, that Sastasha can be soloed by any job. Hey, Emir, hope you're doing well. Like, any job, combat job at least, can solo Sastasha. I suggested that there was a possibility that Monk couldn't because no ranged attack, and then I think 3 people all at once went and did it with Monk at the same time, just to prove me wrong. So yeah, any job can solo Sastasha. How did the solos go? Both of them took like 55 minutes in here. Like, they were actually the easiest Dawntrail dungeons. I did not get benoggined by Leonog. I got hit by the teacups once, right as the boss died. That's pretty much it. Aside from that, I don't think I messed up any mechanics. High item level, yep. But then I can also add to this that Scholar can also solo Tantara Deepcroft. It's not the only one that can, but... So Scholar can solo that. And, what else do we have? Cutter's Cry. Scholar can solo that. Zemail Darkhold. Scholar can solo that. And also Aurum Vale. Scholar can solo that. And... Scholar can solo Snowcloak. And Keeper of the Lake. And Castrum Meridianum, yes. I believe Cat also proved that Sage can solo Castrum Meridianum. And it's actually pretty interesting because Castrum Meridianum is another one of those dungeons, like Bales's Wall, where, as far as I understood, the solo community there had basically just gone, it's too hard, just unsync and move on. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, when I managed to beat Black Eft solo, I was told that prior to that, the lowest level that had done it was level 57 Scholar. Since, like, after the rework of Castrum Meridianum and all that. But that is, of course, a Scholar in gear that they could actually have when they reached Castrum Meridianum. With potions they could actually have. Although I don't think I used that many potions as Scholar. Although it's not that bad, because in terms of gear you can actually have, like Castrum Meridianum, you can have over item level 60. Like, you can go past item level 60 with crafted gear. With the materials you have available. Because we went over that. And it's high enough that you can actually almost reach the item level caps at 60. So I had like a tiny advantage from that. And then, of course, slightly more convenient stat line, maybe. But it's not that bad. So there we talked about it a little bit, and I think it might be doable. But I also said that my experience as Scholar doing it was that it felt like I was handed the win. Like, I was lucky. Like, I got a little too many lucky crit shields and lucky lost rate heals and things like that, which made up the difference. I don't know if Cat had a similar experience to that, but yeah, spammable shields is very nice. The only reason why I preferred Scholar is Ruin 2. But if you have spammable enough shields, you might feel more confident running into the pack and using Dyscrasia. And if you can go E-Diag, run into the pack, Dyscrasia, and hit like 5 guys with that, then you make up the difference. Like then you start to make up the damage difference. And it's not like Scholar does not have to cast Adlo. In fact, you have to do it a lot. Imagine an 8-man Castrum solo. Oh yeah. I wonder how much they changed the numbers on the Black Eft when they made the 4-man. Because given the sheer amount of power creep in the game, I wonder if they needed to change anything. Like, when you really think about it, maybe they just went, it's a 4-man now. Should we change the numbers? Nah, it's probably fine. But yeah, that is basically it, Necrophits. We discovered that the rest of the dungeon, Castrum Meridianum, the rest of the dungeon is pretty much trivial. But the Black Eft is really hard. And for those that have never tried to solo Castrum Meridianum, it might be hard to see why that is. The reason is that the Iron Giants... Why twice? I wanted the entire dungeon in one logout? Fair enough. Yeah, I had to do it in 2 logouts because the amount of attempts I needed to spend on the Black Eft meant that my first go, I ran out of time on the final boss. And then we went in again later where we just skipped to that. We also calculated how much time was lost to wipes and stuff. But yeah, the thing that makes Black Eft so hard is the Iron Giant adds, first of all, like the Magitech Giants or whatever they're called, they hit okay hard. Like, they're pretty strong. But the humanoids, like the actual Garleans, again, they don't hit that hard, but if you ignore them, or for any reason, leave them alive for a little bit, they will cast like a hard enrage or soft enrage, you could say, on themselves that like triples their damage output. And then they go from, that's a little painful, but I can take it, to... this is a problem. Like, they do more damage than everything else in that fight. So every time you see those Garleans, it's like, they're high priority to kill. Because they have to die, preferably before they get angry. But the difficulty is in having enough HP to kill them. Because you can't, you might not be able to safely run in and just AoE them with Art of War, Dyscrasia or something. Which then means that, as a Scholar, you're kind of like, you're just putting Bio on all of them and then just spamming Ruin 2. Which takes a lot of time. A lot of time. And you have to kill all of them while kiting them, but some of them are ranged. But it also means that, if I remember correctly, the way the fight went down for me is that the pull where I managed to kill all of them in time, the one pull where I managed to kill all of them in time, that was it. And then we spent an eternity fighting the Black Eft. Just 1v1 because he ran out of ads. And that's the thing, that is the scary thing, and that's kind of like the same idea as with Anamnesis Anida. If the scary part is the ad waves, when the boss stops summoning ad waves, you win. And that's it. And if you're curious why I specifically solo duties with Scholar, it's simply that in this level range of A Realm Reborn, your strongest tank option for a large part of it is Gunbreaker. Then Warrior gets Thrill of Battle with Storm's Path. And then Warrior starts to pull a little bit ahead. Then Gunbreaker gets Aurora. And then like the table flips again. And then suddenly the Gunbreaker is probably the stronger one. But as a tank in this level range, you're reasonably limited in your self-sustain. And if the boss is able to like outpace whatever self-sustain you have, then you lose. It might take a while, but you will lose. Like, just straight up, you will lose. But a healer, if they have enough HP to take the strongest hit the boss has, and enough healing to both heal up between hits, and also sneak in a hit every now and then a healer will be able to win eventually. And then the question, like, then suddenly the duty timer becomes a resource, because if it takes you 20 minutes to kill one of the bosses, then I sure hope you don't need 20 minutes for each boss. But you can do it. And that is, like, especially once you get up in the level 38 plus level range, Scholar becomes stupid. Like, actually idiotic in dungeons. Because in Cutter's Cry, you can kite the Chimera boss. Basically the entire fight. I'm pretty sure you can run faster than it. So the only reason you have to come in close is whenever it does Dragon's Voice. Otherwise you just run away. I remember I ran so much and the fight took so long that because I didn't have Aetherflow yet, because not level 45, I ran out of MP spamming Ruin 2. Like, I spammed it so much I ran out of MP. Yeah, exactly, Cat. This class is a gain on 1 because doses keeps getting interrupted. That sounds about right. There's also the part that Cutter's Cry might be really hard or impossible synced for a non-healer. Because the Worm, the second boss, puts a dot on you. Like, just regularly. And the dot itself isn't the problem. The problem is that the boss is very likely to do that and then just peace out for, like, the full dot and then extra. And then, like, a warrior's just standing there like, I can't heal without a target. And then you die. And that's it. Meanwhile, a healer can just go Ishuna and then heal up. And even better, if the application of the dot does 0 damage, then it doesn't get applied at all. So you can just block the dot. And that, by the way, hot tip if you get Cutter's Cry in your daily roulettes. If you're a barrier healer, you can block the dot by putting a barrier up preemptively. Now the question is whether that saves you more than the barrier heal actually helps. Because that does cost an attack to do that. And that was also the part of the same reason why I went into both Snowcloak and Keeper of the Lake as Scholar, and also Aurum Vale for that matter. Is that the bosses have reasonably, like, all of the bosses there do a lot of damage. So that it's just relatively often it's easier. If the healer has the capacity to tank the hardest hit the boss has, whatever, then you don't lose. But I do recall that the first boss in Aurum Vale, the first boss and the last boss in Snowcloak, and also the last boss of Midgardsormr in Keep of the Lake, were all very scary, because the first boss in Aurum Vale, its tank buster, just a random thwack, combined with an auto attack. Like if the boss just chases you around the arena for a minute, and then they finally catch up to you, and then it just tank buster auto attack, which they can do, does like 90% of a scholar's HP. So every time the boss was going to reach me, I had to already have an Adlo shield, or I would probably die. Then there's also the part that in A Realm Reborn content, as far as I remember, bosses and mobs can crit. So, like, the boss could just, like, thwack with a tank buster and just randomly crit the auto follow-up, and then I die. And that was an equal fear on Snowcloak, because the final boss's tank buster did so much damage that, from my estimates in the moment, if that could crit, and I think it can, then it could one-shot a healer, like, straight up. Just dead. So every time a tank buster came up, I was like, alright, Sacred Soil at Loquium, and if I had, like, Fey Illumination, that one too, to make the shield a little bigger, just in case. And Keep of the Lake has the Arkmorn, which does enough damage that a scholar taking it alone has to spam Adlo, I believe, and also fill in with Lustrates in between hits. Like, you just have to spam heal through it, but you can do it. And you have to spam heal through it, but you can do it. But that is the reason why I did a bunch of dungeons in A Realm Reborn as Scholar, because it had the capacity to adjust if the baseline toolkit wasn't enough. Whereas, like, Gunbreaker can solo Copperbell Mines, and Halatali, and 1,000 Maws of Tuturak in a shirt and a weapon. Like, it's so easy that it's pretty funny when it comes to it. And then things start to escalate after that. Tank AoE is also extremely bad at 50 for some reason, or maybe healers are too strong. Tank AoE is surprisingly, like, if you only have the regular fillers, it's really bad. Like, check this out, Cat. If we just take Warrior, for instance. Actually, let's take the strongest one in terms of AoE. Let's see. I guess it would be Dark Knight. Average of... I don't know if it's... Is it 100 and this much at level 50? Let me just check. I can't remember if there's like a potency boost somewhere. Oh, there is. Okay, in that case, it's Paladin. Paladin goes 100 and then 170. Just out the box. Prominence is insane. So Paladin's average potency on their AoE is 135. But then there's the tank tax, you could say. So it's 135, but you do 20% less because you're a tank. So it's actually, relative to other jobs, is an average of 108. And then you use Fight or Flight, and that 25% damage boost actually just removes the tank nerf. Like, that 20% damage loss, well, if you're only doing 80% and you increase that by 25%, multiplicatively, that means you're back to 100%. So at best, that's 135 potency in your burst. Then we go to, I don't know, Astrologian? Pretty sure they have the most garbage AoE of the healers at level 45, or even level 50. Gravity is 120. But it's actually 120. Except, by level 40, you have this, which means that it's actually 30% more than that, which means it's not 120. It's 156. Which means that Astrologian, out the box, at level 50, AoE is 44% harder than the best AoE a tank can offer at level 50. And Astrologian is the weak one. If you had brought, like, Scholar or... Ooh, I'm pretty sure... Is that the baseline? Is it always 160? I always confuse myself there. I think it's 160 always. Yes, it is 160 always. Yeah, 160. Like, Sage does like 92 or 93% more AoE damage per GCD than a Paladin. It's like, there is an argument to be made early on, like when Paladin gets Clemency, there is like the possibility that there is something to be said. I don't think it's really worth considering, because by the time Paladin gets Clemency, most healers have some sort of OGCD healing, so they don't need your help. But if it was down to, should the White Mage cast Cure 2, or should the Paladin cast Clemency, it probably would be better if the Paladin cast Clemency, because that tank AoE kinda dog. You know what I mean? It's not that good. Bronson says tank AoE kinda just exists to maintain aggro, it feels. Here's a funny thing that I stumbled upon recently. There was a time where Unleash did 50 potency and had increased enmity as a property. There was a time where Unleash actually did 50 potency. No, that's true, Bronson. At that level, Paladin doesn't have anything else to use MP for, so they could use Clemency. But that is the question, because the question then becomes, should a healer use their healing spell, or should Paladin use Clemency? Well, the Paladin it would be better if the Paladin used Clemency. But the healer probably has something up their sleeve, so you don't have to. The healer isn't going to use Cure 2 anyway. Yeah, flash with damage. That's basically what Unleash was. 50. I remember reading, like, if you go far enough back in the game, there was a time where Tri-Disaster... Because Tri-Disaster was originally in A Realm Reborn, as far as I remember. I'm pretty sure... No, it was called Tri-Bind. But it was there. Did like 20 potency. There was also a time where Freeze was a ground targeted... Sorry, like Asylum. Ground targeted 20 potency bind. And then you also remember that it wasn't until Endwalker before Blizzard 2, like in Shadowbringers even, Blizzard 2 was, I believe, 50 potency centered on yourself, and it was a bind. Like, it was like World of Warcraft Frost Nova, but with no cooldown and a cast time. Oh yeah, that is true, Velas. Back in the day, Paladins and Warriors, for some time, held aggro. Like, Warriors just also had the ability to choose it because cross-class actions, but Paladins held aggro by using Flash. And Flash did 0 damage. It blinded all nearby enemies, assuming they weren't immune. And then it basically did... I don't remember if it was 1000 enmity or if it was 1000 potency worth of enmity. I'm pretty sure it was potency enmity, because if it was straight up 1000 enmity, it wouldn't hold anything. It might not hold anything. Although I guess the damage numbers were smaller, but you still used Flash in Stormblood. And their 1000 enmity would have been bad. And yeah, I also kind of miss Flash. I thought it was fascinating to have the option to use a GZD to blind the enemy. But then as you got to higher levels where bosses just started being immune to Flash, it was like immune to blind. It was just like, that kind of sucks. And that's kind of the problem with giving jobs like some sort of crowd control. Is that eventually you reach a point where either the crowd control is too good to not use, or enemies become immune, which kind of removes the purpose of it. Which is also something that is, I feel like, often a problem in like RPGs, like turn-based RPGs. It's like, oh man, I have this spell that like can sometimes randomly kill something. Sound familiar? And then when you finally go, oh, I finally met an enemy that is worth doing that. I mean that. I mean, Gazel, you can undo that. Yeah, if then you finally find an enemy that is strong enough that you go, oh, that is actually worth spending this resource on. Like, oh, it's a chance, but this boss has, like, this enemy has so much HP that, like, I actually could benefit from, like, maybe rolling the dice, and then you realize, nah, the boss is immune. So any enemy the one-shot spell would work on with a chance is immune. Or like, is either it's immune, or it is like, either it's an enemy you want to use it on and they're immune, or it's an enemy you don't want to waste it on, so who cares? Ransom says Flash was just AoE provoke. Not quite, because back in those days, provoke actually just did set your enmity to exactly the amount that is the most plus 1. That back then you also had ultimatum. In Stormblood, I believe, you had ultimatum, which was an actual AoE provoke. But again, it was like I think it was like a 5-minute cooldown, and it put you at the top plus 1, which bad. Not that helpful. It was basically just like, well, if you need 2 taunts in quick succession. But yeah, Flash felt kind of bad to use in a way that... Here's the thing. Sometimes, in this case, ignorance is bliss. And yeah, exactly. Ultimatum is frog legs with a cooldown. But sometimes ignorance is bliss in the way that Flash sounds pretty good. Because, like, blinding enemies means that you take less damage, and that could sometimes be really impactful. It could genuinely be helpful. But the moment you realize that, oh, but I could use that GCD for attacking, and attacking could kill the enemy faster, which means that I stop taking damage altogether. That's like a veil removed from your eyes, like you can finally see clearly, and like, oh, wait a minute, this sucks, and that sucks. And then you suddenly stop using those utility-only spells. And that's kind of the idea. That's also why you have this situation where, like, a job had, like, utility GZDs essentially for years, because like if you had like a button whose only purpose was like some utility effect from a Realm Reborn to Stormblood, and then it was removed in Shadowbringers, I think that's still like a 5-year period or something. So you have like examples like Monk's One Ilm Punch. It stuns the enemy for 1 second, does garbage damage, but it ignores diminishing returns, so technically if the enemy is stunnable, it like One Ilm Punch always works. It always works. But it's only 1 second. And the damage sucks. And it's like a step 2. It's Perpetual Ray, exactly. Like, weird how Blue Mage just goes, oh, you don't need that anymore? Yoink. And the Fate boss only skill, exactly, because they're all of the bosses where you'd actually want to use One Ilm Punch on. You didn't want to use One Ilm Punch, like, it didn't work. And also true, Velis, originally One Ilm Punch had the eerie sound wave effect. Which is also a Blue Mage spell. They got both versions. And Steel Peak stunned at some point, yes. But eventually One Ilm Punch became the one that stunned. And I can assure you that, Velis. .2.0. Added. 2.1. Oh, sorry. Let me just do this. Go away. Oh, you're down there now, whatever. 2.0. Added. 2.1, potency change, not that amazing, but better. 4.0, the additional effect removes one beneficial status from the target has been removed. Now stuns for 1 second. And then they removed it in Shadowbringers. And yep, exactly, Bronto. Exactly. You would use Flash to establish aggro. The blind was just a bonus. Especially because often it didn't work. So, whatever. Who cares? It doesn't work anyway. And then you just flash until you had established aggro, which is not super fun. Which also, like, harkens back to what I've said previously, that some players mourn the loss of, like, proper tank stances, where you had to choose between a tank stance and a damage stance. But to some degree, the tank stances just felt, for some at least, felt like the, oh, you're not part of the cool kid club. You can't use the cool button. You're not good enough. Because your group doesn't know how to manage their enmity. You have to use the tank button that makes you generate extra. And the enmity combos, once enmity was established, had a similar effect of, oh, well, you see, your group isn't able to, like, control their enmity, so you have to use the boring enmity combo that doesn't, like, progress your rotation. Like, if a paladin has to use the Rage of Halone combo, which was the enmity combo, that meant you were not maintaining your dot. Right, Authority just did more damage, but you were not maintaining your dot. Similarly, Dark Knight wasn't healing themselves and not generating MP, and I guess not generating blood gauge either, if they were using the Power Slash combo. And warriors weren't maintaining their slashing debuff, unless someone else was doing it, and were not maintaining their damage buff, and were generating less beast gauge if they're using their enmity combo but just block, and furthermore, Dark Knights couldn't use Blood Weapon, which was like a speed boost on your GCD on top of generating MP, if they were in their tank mode. And Paladins did way more auto attack damage when they were in their damage mode, and also generated Oath Gauge from auto attacks. It wasn't as bad because like they weren't outright locked out of actions in their tank mode, but warriors couldn't use Fell Cleave in tank mode. No Fell Cleaves. No decimates. However, Inner Beast by Stormblood healed you a bunch and gave you like 6 seconds of 20% damage reduction, which is actually pretty wild when you think about it. It's just that it did way less damage than Fell Cleave, so why would you do that? And that's also true, Strat. But just, like, there was a... I believe both in A Realm Reborn... In A Realm Reborn, Storm's path was so bad that it was, like, it didn't even matter that it could heal you. It healed for so little and did, like, you needed the enmity from Butcher's Block. And Butcher's Block did more damage anyway, and, it, like, Storm's path couldn't compensate with the healing, so you only used the Storm's Eye combo for, like, the damage buffs and the slashing maintenance, but otherwise Butcher's Block was a better choice. But by that point, you didn't have Fell Cleave yet. That is quite interesting, Strat. I think that might have been added later, or might have been removed later, because my statement of Storm's path sucks is actually something that originated from an actual legitimate warrior guide from A Realm Reborn, made by Mr. Happy a decade ago. Let's take a look. I think I see the problem. The guide was probably for 2.0. In 2.1, now also reduces damage dealt. But yeah, this is insane. Imagine, everyone, just imagine for a second that tanks could just maintain an effect that is basically permanent reprisal. As it stands, in a raid encounter, 2 tanks with perfect coordination can maintain 50% uptime on reprisal. Right now. But it does not surprise me they gave it something like this. Because if in 2.0, guides basically said, don't use Storm's path, it sucks. Then what do the developers do? Well, we need to give them a reason to use it. And that is a reason. That's a really good reason. Yeah, exactly, Gazel. Inner Beast gives 20% damage reduction for 6 seconds, but it isn't Fell Cleave. It isn't Fell Cleave. But that was basically like... Of course, a huge part of my reference point on all this will be Stormblood, because that's how I, like, when I got into the game. But... tank and DPS stances for tanks basically had this effect of, as I think Not From Earth said, where damage stances were like the cool fun stance where you got to do the fun stuff. Fell Cleave, big paladin auto attacks, blood weapon. Like imagine having ley lines as a tank, except like just a speed boost. I think blood weapon was actually 20%. It was better than ley lines. And yeah, indeed, Gleaming. Back in the day, if we go far enough back, tanks learned that, and actually if you go even further back, it was even worse than this, but let's not look so far back. I believe paladins originally learned their damage stance at level 30, and then the tank stance at level 40, but by Stormblood, tanks learned their tank stance at level 30. Which does mean that in Sastasha, you held aggro by the sheer power of enmity combos and, like, prayers and rubber bands. And they just hoped it would work. Which is probably part of the reason why any job can solo Sastasha now, because if you can't trust that the tank can hold aggro on things, then you can't have random mobs just thwack the DPS and they die. With cross-class actions, could you put Fell Cleave onto Dark Knight? Nope. That's actually an interesting thing with cross-class actions. You might think, oh wow, so I could just put anything on anyone? Nope. It was a select few actions from the class menu that you could get. I'm not even sure what you could get from Warrior. I think you could get their dot or something weird like that. I think you could get a stun from them and like a defensive cooldown or something. But ultimately, like if we look at the role actions here, Rampart I believe was Paladin. I think Low Blow was Dark Knight or Warrior. Provoke I believe was Paladin. Well, Gladiator, right? Interject, I think it was something that might have been added. Reprisal was Dark Knight. Arm's Length, I believe, was something they invented, but originally Paladins had, I think it was called Tempered Will or something, which did... It didn't have the slow effect, but it did basically this. Oh yeah, Bloodbath was actually a warrior action. Yeah, cross-class actions were basically like a really limited toolkit. That, like, you just had to level classes to get them. But then, just to get back to this, at level 30 you'd get your tank stance. Then, at level 35, Warrior would learn Inner Beast, which, as I said, it is, like, by Stormblood, it spent Beast Gauge to heal you and give you damage reduction for 6 seconds. At level, like, 45, you get Steel Cyclone, which did damage and healed you for all the targets, like, you know, Bloodwelling, right? Back then, Raw Intuition didn't work like this at all. Back then, Raw Intuition made it so that you automatically parried all attacks from the front. But attacks from any other direction automatically crit you. However, there was a role action in Stormblood that said you're immune to critical hits. Or rather, you cannot be critically hit. And if you used Raw Intuition and that, I think it was called Awareness, then you automatically parried everything. Because the way it worked was just, well, you get crit from anywhere except the front. And you can't parry a crit. Like, it can't be both parried and a critical hit. Like, logically speaking, if you're hit in a critical spot, you probably didn't parry it. It's like, that can't be the same, so if you can't be critically hit, then it's a parry, while Raw Intuition works. Anyway, then I think it was at like level 52 or something, you'd learn Deliverance. And Deliverance was your damage stance. And see, the key thing is that for Warrior, if I remember correctly, Defiance was, you do 20% less damage, you have access to the Beast Gauge in Stormblood. You also have, I think it was 20% more HP and receive 20% more healing. Which is like a really roundabout way of saying you take less damage. Because if you both have more HP and receive more healing all the time, that is equivalent to just your HP is worth more. Which is really weird. It's similar to Thrill of Battle, except because it's temporary, it doesn't quite work like that. And then, at level 54, you have, well, if you're in Deliverance, Inner Beast isn't available, and Steel Cyclone isn't available, but Fell Cleave is available, and it does way more damage than Inner Beast, but it doesn't do any of the other things. And Decimate does way more damage than Steel, or slightly more damage than Steel Cyclone at least, but, like, that was the deal, is that if you were in damage stance, you had the big fun buttons, right? The big damage buttons, the funny damage buttons. If you're in tank stance, you had the utility buttons. Increases maximum HP by 25% while reducing damage dealt by 20%. Increases own HP recovery by healing magic by 20%. That's a really weird way to phrase it. But yeah, that was kind of the deal. And with Dark Knight, you had Grit, which was like, you take 20% less damage and you do 20% less damage. But you have access to, I believe this is called Blood Price, which made it so that you recovered MP and Blood Gauge every time you were hit. Really good when something is just bashing away at you, but one target, it didn't, like, the MP recovery, as far as I remember, didn't scale with the damage it took, so more enemies, please. And then you also got Blood Weapon. As far as I remember, they didn't share cooldown. And that, you could, like, if it wasn't for the simple fact that using your tank stance as a Dark Knight cost agility, there could have been an argument for, like, going, oh, well, Blood Price is available, whoop, tank stance, Blood Price, and then when it ends, out of tank stance, Blood Weapon. But you couldn't do that because Grit cost agility to use. Didn't want to do that. And Blood Weapon made you, you know, generate MP for weapon skills. But it also made your weapon skills faster. It's more fun. And Paladin, it was just, I believe it was also something basic like you do and take 20% less damage. But when you block, you generate Oath Gauge. And by Stormblood, when you cast Holy Spirit in Shield Oath, you generate Oath Gauge, like 20 per cast. So it's like pretty significant. But in damage stance, Sword Oath, you just, like, basically your auto attacks did sort of like double damage. But also they generated Oath Gauge on each swing, just like it does now. And because it was, like, Shield Oath, you do 20% less damage. Sword Oath, you don't do 20% less damage. And also your auto attacks are beastly. Pretty good. But the problem there, and also the reason why we go, yeah, as warrior you use tank stance for a single GCD or something, is Dark Knight could start a fight in tank stance and then just, like, do one GCD or, like, an enmity combo if they wanted to do that. Like, depending on the needs of the group. And then just right-click off the tank stance and just step out of it that way because their damage stance was nothing. Like, was just no stance. And Paladin had to switch, and the switch itself was a GCD. So, basically, Paladin would prefer to start in Sword Oath so they didn't ever have to switch. And then Warrior, specifically Warrior, could switch quote-unquote freely, because at least for some part of this period of the game, you lost half of your beast gauge if you switched. But I believe at some point they made it free. Like, it just didn't cost anything. But if the warrior just opened with Defiance, Tomahawk, Deliverance, it didn't cost them anything because they didn't have any beast gauge yet. So they could just switch for free. So now they're the de facto puller guy. And Dark Knight was like the alternative. But the key thing I've talked about this before, I know. But the key thing is that when people reminisce, I miss back when tank stances mattered. In a group where people are actually are optimizing, enmity wasn't a tank problem. It was everyone else's problem. It was the Dragoon's problem to make sure they didn't over-aggro by using their tools. It was the healer's problem that they had to make sure they didn't waste any healing, because over-healing also generated enmity. And a lot of it. Like, equal amounts as normal healing, but you don't want to waste any of your enmity allowance, because the tanks are not going to make any extra. And also, yeah, Dragoons had elusive jump, but you get the point, is that enmity wasn't the tank's problem. Like, in a good group, the tanks established dominance, and then it was everyone else's problem to stay below, or they die. And yeah, exactly, like, basically by Stormblood, all jobs had some way to cut their enmity in half. And that's actually, I don't think it was quite as simple as the way that Shirk works today, but it is pretty funny that the job that originally had the ability to send enmity to someone else was Ninja. Tanks have no right to ask DPS stands to be back. They should ask Ninja players first. But exactly, the thing is, the players that go, oh man, I miss managing enmity, if it's a tank that says it, it's like, you weren't managing it. Like, either you weren't managing it because you were just parked in tank stands anyway, or you were not managing it because you were in like a savage raid group and it was everyone else's problem, not yours. So, like, if you want, like, I want to hear from the jobs it actually mattered for, like, healers and DPS. Do you want enmity management back? Probably not. And it is a case of, like, oh, well, there's this management, but it just didn't pan out that way. Like, it just didn't pan out that way. And that's the problem, is that when if you look at tank and damage stances in a vacuum, it sounds really cool that the tank has like the choice to go into like a defensive position while like the boss is like giving it their all, and then like when the boss is tired out a bit, you can switch into damage stance and hit back, but that's just not how it ended up being. There's also the part that it's not like the tank stances were just like freebie cards. Just keep this in mind, that if I remember correctly, tank stances multiplied your enmity generation by 3. And given that the tank stances also reduced your damage output by like a really like a consistent 20%, it meant that in reality, it only boosted your enmity generation by like 140%, because 3 times 80%. So it wasn't like, just for comparison's sake, this is times 10. So that's 900% more. Whereas before this change, you did 240%, effectively speaking. So when they simplified enmity, they actually multiplied the peak of enmity generation from tanks by 4. That's also true. You also had moves with increased enmity that doubled the multiplier, but we still have that, although Tomahawk and those kind of actions actually don't just double it. They've, as far as I know, pretty much always had a giga multiplier, like something in the ballpark of 5 to 7 times. I mean, exactly, Darth. It also meant... I don't know if Tomahawk has times 10 now, Strat. I haven't checked recently. But I can tell you that in Shadowbringers and a part of Endwalker, Tomahawk had a times 7. 5 or 7 multiplier. And it stacked multiplicatively with the tank stance. So not times 20, Strat. Times 50. As in, yes. Giga enmity by just Tomahawk. It's just that Tomahawk does garbage damage. And it still does that. It's multiplicative. That's also the reason why Provoke is so insane, is because it's, to my knowledge, more than 4,000 potency worth of enmity. And it stacks with tank stances. Overpowered Mithril Tempest now as well has Giga Enmity. They don't have Giga Enmity. We actually tested that like day 1 of them giving AoEs increased enmity strat. This increased enmity is the discount version. That is times 2. That one is times 2. This is like 5 or 7. This is 2. Apparently that's all it took. But this is times 2, and I'm pretty sure this is also times 2. Turns out it's enough. Because Overpower and Mithril Tempest and, you know, other tank AoEs were already pretty fine. Like, they only needed a little bit more because of innovations also known as Pictomancer. But times 2 was enough. But yeah, we tested it really quickly. And this kind of data is often something that isn't updated super much because who cares, right? Speaking of which, could tanks only bring AoE buttons to the X buttons challenge without stance? Yes, in the late parts of Endwalker when we did that, I believe there was this one time where someone brought just like unmend or something. But like maybe? I don't think it would be enough because it's just times 2, but hey, it might be. Unlike AoE packs. I don't think it would be enough. You would probably have to bring both the tank stance and like overpower, but then you don't need anything else to hold aggro, certainly. And for those that don't know about this, it's like in the tail ends of Endwalker, I did these streams called like 5 buttons challenge, and I think I think we also did 4 buttons. I can't remember for sure, but we also did like 6. And the idea is, in the 5 button challenge, macros are banned. You're only allowed to use the actions that you put on your hotbar if you use something and then enter the dungeon, but that isn't on your hotbar, then you are not allowed to use it. So, for example, if you use Defiance and then enter the dungeon, then, like, if Defiance stayed on as you entered, you have to turn off Defiance because you didn't put it on your bar. The only quote-unquote exception to this kind of rule is you can choose 5 buttons, macros are banned, but if the button naturally turns into something else, that's okay. So you could choose Fell Cleave and Infuriate, and if Fell Cleave turns into Inner Chaos, that's fine. Like, that's okay. You can do that. Because you're clicking Fell Cleave. It just happened to be Inner Chaos at the time. Which, of course, also means that if you think about it in Dawntrail's light, there's a lot of jobs that look a lot better. Like, Paladin might actually bring Fight or Flight, because it comes we haven't actually done this since Dawntrail's release. But I said, when people have asked me previously, that I would assume that this is enabled by default. Like, this is enabled by default. So that's the intended behavior. So Fight or Flight turning into Goring Blade is legal. Just as an example. Which would mean that a paladin with 5 buttons might actually potentially maybe consider fight or flight. Like with 5 buttons, you need a defensive cooldown, like something like Holy Sheltron. You probably need Iron Will. What do you have left? Like you could choose. Like I think we actually tried that, and the prevailing rotation strategy was Total Eclipse, Prominence, and Holy Spirit. Because then you at least had some sort of like single target and AoE damage that was decent, and you also had some self-healing, and you also had Holy Sheltron and Iron Will. Like you had just enough of everything. I think it was the similar thing with Warrior, where it was like Overpower, Mithril Tempest, Fell Cleave, Tank Stance, Bloodwetting. If a Dragoon brings High Jump but prefer Mirage Dive be a separate button, could they bring it as an extra button? Nope. They only have 5 buttons. The only reason why you're allowed to do it with more buttons than that is because I can't see that you didn't actually set your UI, but I legitimately did this and then like just removed, so I only had 5. You can see how it's like centered around like 5 or 6 buttons. I removed buttons to have exactly the ones that I had chosen. So technically, no, but I wouldn't be able to police it. So like if you just made sure you didn't accidentally press a button, then I wouldn't know. But yeah, High Jump with Mirage Dive would be allowed because High Jump turns into Mirage Dive. And yes, indeed, Viper would be insanely good in this kind of challenge. Like, 5 buttons, what are you choosing? As Viper. You could choose these two. Now you have a pretty good like filler combo. That's actually pretty good, just like that. You could make an argument that you might choose both of the AoE buttons, but I could also see that just having one is enough, and then you have 2 extra buttons to work with. What would those buttons be? I could see an argument for picking Serpent's Tail, and if you do, then I could see an argument for picking also Reawaken. You might be saying, but you don't get 3rd and 4th generation. Don't matter. You can just go first, second, and then Ouroboros. And Ouroboros doesn't lose any damage as a result. It's just like 1st and 2nd generation. Like the 2nd generation will actually be fine, because you'll go 680 from Reawaken, then 680, 480, 680. Maybe 1 button challenge specifically for Viper. Yeah, that's also the thing, is that if you were Viper on 5 buttons, you could have a functional rotation with an AoE button and a burst. You could do that. You could make it work. With 4 buttons, what are you dropping? I could actually imagine dropping the AoE button at that point. Just going, it's fine. There's AoE on my Reawaken. You go down to 3 buttons. I would probably drop Reawaken and keep Death Rattle. Because it's going to be just Death Rattle. It's oops, all Death Rattles. If you go down to 2 buttons, probably better to keep the one, like the filler combos. And if you go down to 1 button, is 10% damage output or 15% shorter GCD better? I'm pretty sure 15% shorter GCD is more DPS. And your Summoner was the weirdest one, because Summoner is a job where you look at it and go, well, it would be easy to get like a few buttons, but Summoner is completely unfunctional at a specifically low button count, because Well, you need Kabi. That's already one button out the door. You need something like Ruin. That's true. This isn't happening. I guess it's just straight up not happening. So you're probably picking like Bahamut and Phoenix. Oh, you're up to 3. Do you also choose the AoE version? Or do you choose some of these? But then you need this. Otherwise, like, it doesn't really work. Like, Summoner is like, oh, you don't need that many buttons. No, but you need like 8 to make it work at all. Meanwhile, something like Pictomancer, you could, like, with 3 buttons, you could probably make it work with, like, Fire and Red, Blizzard and Cyan, and Subtractive Palette. Yeah, exactly, Gleaming. There's even the possible argument that you would just go 2 primals of your choosing, and no Gemshine. Or maybe I think I actually tried that. Like, Ruin, Kabi, Bahamut, Energy Drain, and Fester. But Pictoman, so you could make something work. A decent damage output with like 2 buttons. You just like, if you only have 2 buttons, you could like Fire and Red. Either Holy and White or Fire 2 and Red. You can't. You need at least 2 more buttons to make anything else work. You go up to 3 buttons. You could go Fire and Red, Palm Motif, Living Muse, or Fire and Red, Subtractive Palette, Blizzard and Cyan. You go up to 4 buttons. Then you're back to, well, you pretty much need like 2 buttons to make something work. And if you're like tight on space, I just can't imagine anyone choosing Hammer because it costs 3 buttons. And exactly, with like 4 buttons, you could go like Red, Cyan, Holy, Subtractive Palette. You go up to 5 buttons. You could actually go like... Oh, actually, yeah, in high level, you absolutely wouldn't pick Holy and White. Because if Comet in Black exists, you use Subtractive Palette once, and then you can't use Holy and White anymore. So you'd go to like, well, you'd only pick Subtractive Palette if you can both have Comet in Black and Holy and White. How am I still going? We're just talking. We're talking about X button challenge, Emir. Remember that one? But there are clearly some, like, big winners in, like, a few button challenge. And Vibrant Pictomancer really shine a big bright light on how few buttons modern jobs need. How did the soloing go? Oh, we beat both dungeons. Took 55 minutes each. He's on the final boss as we speak. Yeah, it's probably not surprising. Kind of just talking after the main content of the stream is over, name a more iconic duo. Well, I hope it's not annoying. But definitely, there are some big winners. I could see something like Dragoon being decent. Exactly because they have like... They could, like, because of the lunchbox rotation, I could see something like just bringing True Thrust, Spiral Blow, and Chaotic Spring as your, like, filler rotation. Or even just the AoE combo if it's a dungeon. And then, like, depending on how many extra buttons you have, you can be like, well, Geishkagul and 3 Nastrons is pretty tasty. Jump and Mirage Dive is decent. Like, that's 600 potency every 30 seconds. Geiskergul and Nastrand is like more than twice that every minute, and it's also damage buff, so that's probably the better choice for a single button. And if you already have that, like if you've already chosen Geiskergul, then Stardiver and Starcross is also a pretty good button every minute. Like, I could imagine that would be happening, is that you go like, well, I need like a 1, 2, 3 or something. Like, I need my damage buff. Like, either Spiral Blow or Sonic Thrust, depending on the content. And then it's like Geiskergul for this. Then it's like Jump for this. And then we start going, oh, maybe Dragonfire Dive for this and this. They're actually weaker, like, on a single target. Dragonfire and Rise of the Dragon is weaker value than High Jump Mirage Dive overall. But it would take all of that before I think you'd start to go, I could finish my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 combo. And then you could go Wormwind Thrust. And then you might start to go, maybe I should bring Lance Charge as well. Like, Dragoon actually looks like that could work. I could almost imagine if you were at 3 buttons that you'd still go True Thrust, Spiral Blow, Geiskergul. Or Doom Spike, Sonic Thrust, Geiskergul. Like, I could see that. And also, like, if you had enough buttons for this and this, that's not a bad combo either. Very good AoE damage. Actually, I know I just randomly brought out Dragoon here, but I weirdly very functional. Just because it has so many buttons that are loaded with extra stuff. But yeah, you're right. We have been talking about other stuff for like over an hour, I think. So maybe this is the time to wrap it up. Dead Malice, hope you're doing well. We finished both dungeons each in 55 minutes. They were the shortest and, I would say, easiest dungeons of them all. Of the 2 dungeons, I'd say the hardest part was probably the first boss in Ghost Park with the children. And yeah, Samurai is a little bit like Summoner in the way that you need 7 buttons, pretty much, to make Yaijutsu's work. You could almost, like, the big reason why it's just never going to work is because, like, if you had 7 buttons, you could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you had 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But if you had 6 buttons, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And no, that's going to suck. And if you go 1 less button than that, then there is nothing you can do aside from completely screwing up your rotation to actually get Midare. That's relatively strict. But yeah, solo challenge. All dungeons in Dawntrail are soloable by a warrior. All of them. I also just realized that I forgot the speedrun timer on the dungeons. Oh well. With that said, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube stuff. That tells the algorithm that this was an enjoyable stream. We'd like other people to enjoy it as well, so thank you so much for the support. And if you'd like to be part of the if you'd like to talk more with me or the people in the chat, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join where you'll find most of us. You'll also find a weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up. And you'll also see the announcement room where you can see links to streams and videos when they come out. And if you go to the role assignments room, you can grab the reminder role, and then you will get a notification when I post these. And an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts so you don't miss a second. And if you would like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use a super chat, or if you don't like any of that, you can also go to the Ko-Fi link in the description and you can support me there as well. It all helps me and the channel directly, and the support is very much appreciated. So thank you so much. I think that's everything, and don't you worry about it, Kinwell. And also, glad you actually caught it, Malice. That's at least something. But that'll be all from me. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye.